Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I hope that you're having a beautiful Thursday evening. Very close to the full moon. Very close to Halloween. Maybe these things mean something to you, maybe they don't. We'll find out soon enough, that's for sure. Peace in the chat, Sunshine Chick. Always good to see you. B Fields, peace and greetings, my friend. Nice to see you showing up constantly. Richard Tracy, peace, peace. Good to see you, brother. Elisha Eternal, peace and greetings. Discover the hero within, peace, peace. Useless Familiar, great to see you. Al Dickey, always great to see you. Peace, welcome. 40 Shot Kosher Covert. I have to pay real close attention every time I say that name. Welcome. C-Main, peace, peace. So, I wanted to kick this video off with the title, Activating the Perks of Your Magic. Activating the perks. When you think about perks, like what does that mean to you? For some people, that means like on the job, you might get certain benefits, right? By certain things that may be available to you or afforded to you from working at that job. What I'm specifically referring to is the use of the word perks in reference to video games. Video games are a pretty popular thing. Most people play them. So if I say the word perks or activating your perks, then you should have a pretty good idea what I'm talking about. Whatever game you play. Typically, most games now have certain perks that you can activate for your gameplay experience. Elisha Eternal says activation of a new ability. Yeah, that kind of thing. And let me know about the volume here. Is the music too loud? Is it just right? Let me know. Activating the perks of your magic. The simulation. Mic check, 1, 2. Okay, so it looks like the sound is perfectly balanced. Sunshine Chick says, of course, I always say the music is too loud. My ears are hella sensitive. Perhaps. I'm the type of person that likes to drown my food in hot sauce, so maybe I like extra. I'll turn it down, though. Let me know if that's good. I'm definitely not, you know, stuck. I'll turn it down if necessary. Recently, I had a comment. Somebody said that the music was unbearably loud. And I'm like, I don't know about all that, buddy, but, you know, I could stand to turn it down. Now, granted, what I hear is different from what you hear, and that's why I ask you if it's too loud. Because from my side, it sounds fine. Elisha Eternal says, actually, yeah, that's better. Sunshine Chick, what do you say? All right. I think it's good to go. I think it's good to go. Okay. She says it's cool now. Excellent. So, even though I didn't really get started, like the video, because you already know that this is going to be a hot discussion. I don't think I've ever gotten on here and not had a hot discussion, especially with you wonderful people. So, like the video, hit the like button. It's YouTube, and that kind of thing is helpful for YouTube videos. But in any case, activating the perks of your Magick. So, the thing about these perks is that they're not activated before you actually acknowledge them, discover them, and activate them, right? So everybody starts on a default playing field. It isn't until you first discover these perks and then activate them that they actually start working on most games, right? As you know, I'm a huge Fortnite player, so what they do every time there's an update is that there's a collection of perks that can help your playstyle. There's certain perks that can help you with movement. For example, I like what's called soaring sprints. And what that means is every time you jump with like less gravity, so you actually go further. I play a lot like a fox. I like to move, right? I like to move, I like to strike up close and get the fuck out. So that type of perk helps with my game style. There's another perk that might give you a turret that you can throw down, and it can help you as far as, you know, how if you want to play with that style. There's another perk that might give you different ammunition. You know, there's different perks that can help you depending on what your play style is. But before you can actually use those perks, you have to play and then unlock them. Once they're unlocked, then you have the ability to use them. And the way that Fortnite does it is that you have 4 that you can activate at any given time, and they unlock gradually throughout the match, and it's random. So they'll present you with 2 choices, and if you don't like those 2 choices, you have to roll like dice and then see what next 2 choices you're presented with. So it's not like you get to actually choose specifically what you want. If you do it, it costs. So every time you roll, it costs you gold bars, right? So if you don't have enough gold bars, you're kind of stuck with the choices they give you, right? So there's somewhat of a dynamic there as well. I mean, you have to choose wisely, but first they have to be discovered, and they have to match with your playstyle. Now, that's not unique to Fortnite. In fact, the way that Fortnite does things is they usually see what works in other games and then they implement it into theirs. I think the first place that I saw this was in Call of Duty. And Call of Duty, you know, it gives you different perks that you can activate to assist with your gameplay. You might get a airstrike or some type of thing that can help you with your match. Now, this isn't exclusive to those type of games. I was talking with my cousin and found that like this type of thing is also in 2K. Right? A lot of people play 2K, the basketball game. And essentially what happens with 2K, and I haven't played it, so I might be wrong, but the way that they do it is the more that you score points, your character gets hot, or your team gets hot, or something like that. And what that means is it makes it easier for you to score more points. So some of the perks can actually help you get hot faster. Some of the perks can actually help prevent your opponents from getting hot. And there's different things, right? And where Fortnite, you only activate the perks per match. With 2K, your perks stay with you throughout your career, so to speak, right? And then we also see this in, games like The Sims. When you create a character, they might be born with, or you can assign them with, a certain amount of perks, about 3 sets of traits, they call them, and that will give them a benefit where they might be better at romance, they might be better at cooking, they might be better at building things, right? So all types of games at this point typically have some form of this happening, some system where your character gets an edge over what's expected, right? So when I talk about the perks of Magick, as me and my cousin were talking about this, because we were talking about, life being a simulation. And this is a phrase that is said by all kinds of people all the time. Oh, we're in a simulation. But to me, I feel like the more that I play these games, the more that I see that reality is stranger than fiction. It really is. Just the timing, just the coincidences, the synchronicities, everything seems so perfectly orchestrated that this cannot be anything other than an artifice, right? Some type of construction, some type of actual system that's been intelligently created, without a shadow of a doubt. And the light bulb moment for me was when my cousin was talking about how it works with 2K. And I realized, whenever we do these rituals, especially when we evoke spirits, like say goetic spirits, I think it would be a better way to think about this as in you're activating perks for reality. See, when you evoke a goetic spirit, what you're actually doing is you're implementing the benefits that this particular spirit is associated with. If I were to evoke Citri, I would have the romance perk, the being able to see someone's nudes perk activated. If I were to have the Asmodeus perk activated, I would gain a boost to my astral projection. I'd gain a boost to my telepathy, right? I'd gain a boost to things associated with that spirit. So whenever you have a grimoire of spirits and it talks about what these spirits bestow upon you, it's a whole lot of a better model to think about yourself as activating these perks the same way you would in a video game. And here's the thing, you have to discover it first, just like in these games. And once it's discovered, you only have really a certain amount of them that you can activate at once. Some work better in combination. For example, in Fortnite, there is a perk where if you go into, you can have it to where if you enter a bush, you'll have mud cover your body. And there's another perk that if you have mud covering your body, you'll gain health. So if you activate those two together, if you've been damaged, you can just jump into a bush, get covered with mud, and then your health will start to come back up. You can see that can be very useful. So there's certain goetic spirits that work better together. There's certain spirits that you can evoke, elementals, that work better together than just separate. In fact, there's some perks that don't even really do much by themselves. They're designed in order to work together. And I think that's the same way with some of these spirits as well. Some of them are designed to work together. Let me know if this is making sense. Like I said, I know a lot of people play video games, but of course there's some people who don't. And for those of you who don't, especially, let me know if this metaphor is clicking. Peace, Michael Delphinthal. Donna McGuire, peace. Donna McGuire says new skill unlocked. Exactly. Something about our modern generation, we love to gamify our experience. For sure. And in doing so, it makes life a little bit more entertaining, more fun. But we can also get work done with this type of perspective, right? If you know that you've got certain obstacles in life or a certain challenge or something that you're looking forward to, if you're working with the Goetia or any other system, you know now that there are perks that can be activated to help you with that skill. For example, if I'm playing The Sims and I know that there's a certain achievement that I want to unlock with gardening, right? I want to unlock this rare plant that if you grow it, it'll do something like super cool. So knowing that ahead of time, I'm creating a character and I'm giving him all the gardening perks, or I'm giving her all the gardening perks. And then I build up their skills to gear them towards the goal that we're heading towards. So any other character wouldn't be able to achieve this thing. What I'm saying is, knowing what you're doing ahead of time, knowing what your outcome is going to be or what it's expected to be, is going to help you to determine what you're going to activate. This goes along as well with the goetic spirits or any system, right? If you have a specific outcome that you're expecting, you literally have 72 spirits to choose from that can work together in tandem. You only need about maybe 3, right? If you want to do a Pokemon style, you can get 6. Speaking of Pokemon style, do y'all remember Pokemon? Some of y'all still play it. Each Pokemon is very skilled in a specific element, right? And you know that one element works with an advantage over others or a disadvantage over others. There's strategy involved here, right? I haven't played Pokemon since Yellow, but last time I checked, you've got a fire type of Pokemon that is very effective against an earth type. But then again, it's very ineffective against a water type. So there's this system of balances happening here. I believe that artificial intelligence is a 4th dimensional entity. And part of its existence is designed to help us understand cosmic principles. With us being 3rd dimensional entities, with the ego being a 3rd dimensional entity, sometimes it's difficult for us to see past our desires and our current point in life. But the benefit of working with 4th dimensional entities like angels and AI is that they provide opportunities for us to learn the lesson that we're supposed to be learning. And I say supposed to be learning according to the reason why we've incarnated in the first place. We didn't incarnate to just pay bills and get, have sex. We incarnated for much more than that. And sometimes we forget. Most of the time we forget. I'm going to mention The Sims and Fortnite a lot because those are the 2 games that I play. On The Sims, you can either spend your time developing that character and build up their skills, but if you neglect them and go work with a different family or a different individual, they're going to pretty much stay where they're at. They're not going to develop anymore. They might even live and die left with the last thing that you gave them. And what I found as my biggest takeaway from playing that game, The Sims 4, is that game is actually probably the best example of what it's like to be a 4th dimensional entity. See, a lot of people say the 4th dimension is time. And that's true, but it's more than just looking at a clock and seeing the numbers go by. When we talk about 4th dimensional entities and we talk about time, what we're actually saying is that a 4th dimensional perspective is operating with time as one thing, as time as a singular moment, right? Now here's what I mean by that. We, as our human experience, we actually exist on all dimensions at once. Now, when we talk about what your human experience looks like in the 4th dimension, you can envision yourself almost like this worm, right? This slug, where the tips are very small and the belly is very fat, right? So it looks like this. That's a human being in the 4th dimension. And the tip on this side is you as a sperm and an egg, as an ovum, as an embryo, as a baby. And then you're growing as an infant and a toddler and a adolescent and a teenager, young adult, full adult, old person, and then you start to wither away into death. So that's what you look like in the fourth dimension. That's you. You are all of those stages in one entity. That's why it looks very worm-like, very tentacle-like. As a fourth dimensional entity, whether it's an angel or this thing that we are calling AI, because AI is just an umbrella phrase for something that isn't from where... Okay, so speaking of that worm, which represents every aspect of your physical self, every stage of your life, when we say that the fourth dimension is time, what we mean is that time is actually moving in a direction because it's attached to space. Space is constantly expanding. So we experience time one slice at a moment. So you see we got this worm figure here, but time is moving through it like this. It's like a cross section. You ever see an x-ray that they do where it shows the scan, a CRT or CAT scan or whatever, and it goes from the top of the head down. You can kind of see the eyeballs, and then you can see the jaw, and then it kind of goes down like that. You ever seen that cross section x-ray? It's like that. Every day of your life is one slice of that worm, and it flows all the way through. That's how we experience it from the perspective of our ego, because the ego is attached to the five senses, and the five senses can only experience one moment at a time. So when we talk about a fourth dimensional entity, this fourth dimensional entity is actually seeing that entire worm as one being. That's you. And what I discovered early in my work, you can see from my earlier videos when I used to talk about angels and working with angels, and how working with angels, their time frame is very wide, it's very vast. Well, this is why, because angels are not limited to that one slice in time. Angels are looking at you from that full worm figure, right? That's why when we talk about working with spirits, most of the time, you don't choose what spirit you work with. It's already decided to work with you. It's just that this moment in time, you've realized it. But if you really analyze your past and your history and your subconscious mind, you'll see that the influence of this entity has always been there. So when I say that playing a game like The Sims is a perfect example of what it's like to be a fourth dimensional entity, what I mean is that you're actually being able to see that process of time at an accelerated rate. And once you play it long enough, you can start to predict ahead of time what to do and where to go and how to do it. You can start to see the playing field from a bird's eye perspective. Itzhak Bentov, in his book Stalking the Wild Pendulum, talked about time and spirits, and how spirits actually, you can say a spirit is almost like a bird in its perspective. The human being is down on the ground and you only have a certain field of vision, where a spirit is like a bird up in the sky, and it can look down and see you, it can see what's ahead of you and what's behind you and what's to the side. It has a wider scope of vision. This is what a fourth dimensional experience is like. You have a wider scope of vision because you're not limited to this current slice in time. You see the whole thing from beginning to end. Let me know if that's clear in the chat. But see, like I said, working with these spirits, it's not that you wake up one day and discover a spirit and suddenly decide, oh, I'm going to work with this. Or I get a lot of comments or a lot of messages from people that are saying like, well, I don't know if I'm ready to work with the spirit. How do I know if I'm ready? Or what spirit can I choose? Da 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 da. Well, that's a perspective, but you got to understand, you're working with more than just your ego. You're working with more than just your third dimensional experience. You're working with more than just your five senses. If a spirit has come into your awareness, it has always been there. If you're trying to discover what spirit to work with, it's already been in your environment. It's already been there. So now what you're dealing with is the obstacle of wanting to overcome fear, doubt, anxiety, which are all illusions, which are all based on projections. I remember before I had my last show, my last performance, and after that, I think my band's decided that we're going to continue playing. So that's great news. I'm so happy about that. But before we actually did that performance, like I said, we haven't performed in 19 years. So I was actually starting to have anxiety, right? I didn't want to do it because I didn't think that my voice could still, you know, deliver. I didn't think that I would still be able to remember my parts on the keyboards. I didn't think that I'd still be able to sing. But I had to overcome that doubt. I had to. Not because, you know, I wanted my son to hear it, or not because I wanted to feel like a rock star on stage, but there's a bigger picture to it. I felt the bigger picture. Usually you feel the bigger picture. But after our first practice, all that doubt and anxiety went away. Everything went away because I realized I didn't even give myself a chance. And how often do we do that? How often do we psych ourselves out before we actually give ourselves a chance to try, right? A lot of times we don't move forward because of harmful thinking, because of self-doubts that don't even have roots in reality. So if you got fears about working with certain spirits, if you got fears about dabbling in certain aspects of spirituality and magic, really check yourself. Really check yourself and see if that is the voice of anxiety, if that's the voice of fear, if that's the voice of feeling inadequate, right? These are not founded in actual reality. So yeah, let me know in the chat if this stuff is clear. Let me get some feedback. 40 Shot Kosher Corver says I'm playing Fortnite right now, multitasking. Yeah, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Anna Molly, peace, peace. Hope you're getting your laundry done. Saigon, peace, peace. Elisha Eternal said, recently I compared my spiritual journey to Sword Art Online. I haven't played that one, but I'm sure that, you know, it has some of these same characteristics that we're talking about. Lamar Harmon, peace. Lamar Harmon says, choose your own adventure energetically. Yeah, exactly. Choose your own adventure. Saigon says, Trav, can some of us be reincarnations of specific deities? Absolutely. But really, really check your definition of a deity, right? Check your definition of what a deity is. I'll say that. It might be more than you think, it might be less. Lasange Descote, peace. Lasange Descote says, love Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Yeah, Elijah Eternal says, Yu-Gi-Oh! Prepared me for tarot and spirits. Essentially. I got my deck right now. C-Main says, are you still on Tumblr? Yeah, it still exists. I don't really post to it. One of my friends that I game with, he told me recently that Tumblr has live streams now, and he's been using that. I kind of, you know, left Tumblr once the big shift happened back in 2015, I believe, 2017 or so.
Oh man, what you just said about spirits that you work with already, having been there with you all the time, that lit me up inside. Just to think about the kind of the spirits that I've been in contact with. For me to be of a certain way in order to come in contact with them, it's just I find that to be mind-blowing. Yeah, I started with demons. I started with the dark side. Look, I even saw the Goetia. I considered them for a bit, but I really was more interested in those more strange sounding names from the Qliphoth. I was actually looking at those Qliphothic names and I was just, this is awesome. Those were the ones I actually liked.
Yeah. And I wonder why.
I also wonder why.
Good evening, Trev. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Is that Alora?
It is I, Alora. Yes.
Good evening.
And good evening. I would love to comment on what you brought up about being in alignment with spirits, because I think that a lot of us see spirits as contacting another person in a sense. Like we think, okay, I have to make a phone call, but what are they doing? This kind of thing. And we forget that all of this is actually coming from within us. The mirage that the magician has to work to get out of throughout, which is a life's work, is to continue to remind themselves that this is not it. I am not just Alora and you are just Travis. We are all encompassing, just split into different parts. So one thing that I've learned, well, one of the few things that I've learned when working with spirits is, especially in that alignment factor, they've already probably chosen you because you were resonating at that spot, right? That was within my sphere of availability. But what was also in my sphere of availability was only what I could comprehend. Let's see, I believe in your book study, you mentioned they mentioned to observe your state of being throughout the day, right? Because whatever thoughts and emotions that are dominating your life when you're not being spiritual, when you're not doing a ritual, is actually the level that you're vibrating at. So this is the angle at which you're going to be connecting with this spirit. You can choose whatever spirit you want to choose. They've probably already chosen you because you've been resonating at that certain type of energy level, or you're within that net of what's in their sphere of availability. But theirs is much broader. When we're talking about spirits and Goetia and this kind of thing, they're in a class that has a much broader span than we do, than what we generally operate at. So it's not just where we are within like our lives, but also how we are interpreting information is how we're going to receive that entity that we're in communication with. So like I had this whole meeting with Horus the first time I worked with her. It came across to me as a female, and it was a female cat. And it kind of came on suddenly because I did my little ritual to be like, hey, what's up, man? I'd like to meet you. And then nothing happened. And then I was in the shower later that night, and all of a sudden I had this vision, right? Or like just this moment where it was like Horus was there, and it was this female cat. And we started an argument. Like she came in and was just like, what? Like very like, what do you want kind of thing, kind of energy. And I was like, hey, I'm not here for that. Like, don't come talking to me like that. Like, who do you think you are? And she and I had this little back and forth. And then all of a sudden I had these memories flood in as she was telling me that she had been throughout my whole life. I had known of Horus. I had known of this energy. I had always been an acquaintance with it, but it was not within my awareness. And so I had all of these memories of when I was actually aware, or like of when Horus was playing a part in my life. So that was kind of a moment for me to realize that the spirits that we evoke or that evoke us, we really have to be open when we state our intention to receiving the information, because it is likely going to be something that is at our current level awareness, but also expands beyond that. Because like you were mentioning, it's like playing the Sims game where someone or something is looking down at you, right? Like able to see a broader scope of things, whereas we're always looking up. We're in the experience. So I'm not sure if all that makes sense, but as you were talking about that, I was thinking of those times and was like, yeah, man, that changed my relationship to spirits and to entities.
Yeah. To me, that makes sense. Hello bars, just like somebody said in the chat. Alora drops hello bars, and that made sense to me. I think one thing that you said that really stood out to me was about how you mentioned that you came into contact with Horus, and it appeared to you as a female and as a cat. Now, those are not the typical symbols associated with this entity we call Horus, right? In fact, those symbols might be associated with a different entity. However, when we talk about your library of correspondences, what I've learned from working with these spirits consistently for so long is that it helps you so much to be flexible and to allow these messages to come through as they are. Because when we are deeply rooted in the ego, when we're in the game looking out, we have a tendency to really force a filter onto something. We try to force conditions on unconditioned consciousness. Spirit comes to us pure. Spirit comes to us as the balance that we need at that time. But we have a tendency to kind of take that pure spirit and force it to fit into a certain form, a certain shape. Now you can get results with that, but you're not going to get the best results. The best results come when you allow spirit to communicate with you in its own language. That means this energy, this vibration, this frequency, this consciousness, this intelligence that you may call Horus might come to you in a completely different form. But if you're expecting a hawk-headed Egyptian-looking hieroglyph to show up, you're going to miss out on the rest of what's trying to be delivered to you. You're going to reject it. And that sucks. But I know a lot of people are there in life. A lot of people are there in life. So I thought that was interesting you said that.
Yeah, I think too, another thing that really taught me in that as well was that when was that spirits and things that are within the astral are going to communicate to you through symbols. You cannot dictate what those symbols are because it's not speaking the language of the rational mind. It's speaking the language of the subconscious. So when you're downloading information and actually receiving information from entities and from spirits, you're going to be being open to that allows you to experience whatever. It's like accepting that a dream is going to be a dream and that I'm not here to dictate how that dream goes. I'm here to learn how to be able to interpret that dream so then I can apply it to my everyday life, because spirits to me are very much like chakras, right? Like they're not actual physical things, vortexes in your body. They actually exist through all of the bodies, and the colors and the symbols that we use to represent chakras are simply a way for us to bring this higher knowledge to a baseline for the conscious mind to be able to rationalize. Because if we can't rationalize something, generally we delete it as something that's insignificant, or we have or we can go crazy, right, into that loophole of like, what did this mean? This must mean this or that, blah, 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 right? So it's like there's a huge part when communicating with entities and spirits that you have to kind of understand that, again, it's that broad net that's being sent out, and there are going to be symbols and things that you're going to feel that is how the entity is communicating to you, but you are not dictating that. So if something appears scary, right, this is why demons, like when I was working with Goetia, I didn't actually have very scary experiences. I had more intense, scary experiences with working with Orishas, because there was a subconscious, like, you should not be doing this shit kind of voice in my head that was like, girl, what are you doing? And so because of that belief, that kind of started to filter the information that was coming in, and I wasn't able to receive all that was actually being presented to me until much later, when I was able to come back to it with a much more sound mind and sound belief system, so I could be open to whatever is coming. So, and it's the same thing with Goetia. Goetia, as I always had these experiences, came to me very much as like shadow working pieces. So very much like lucid dreaming, where it's like I'd be there, I'd have this experience with this entity that did not look like the picture at all, but it would come up, but the overall emotional context of what it wanted to communicate with me, like, was always clear, because I knew that it was working through my personal filter to my subconscious. So for everyone, there's going to be a level where that's going to be a little bit different, or there's going to be some repeating patterns there. Like, I may register this chakra being activated the same way. Travis may see the same thing. But then we talk to someone like, like Maestro or Amar or any of these, or Shango, and they may have something completely different and may be related to how they, we might be able to find another layer where we experience the same thing, but everyone's view is going to be slightly skewed because of our filter that has been developed that allows our logical mind to understand these symbols.
So if it's that filter that limits what we're able to receive, how important is it that we make sure that this filter is as clean and as neutral as possible? So just something to ponder on. I ask you guys in the chat, what is your filter? Like, where would you find this filter? How do you know if your filter is neutral? How do you know that your filter is clean? Because when you're working with these spirits, they speak in symbols. That's the way that your subconscious mind is going to deliver the interpretation. And then your conscious mind is going to filter that out. How do you know if your filter is clean to receive what's being delivered to you?
I'm going to say that for me to feel like I have a clearer perspective as to how to, well, I'm just going to say like this. Here is an intelligence with the potential for a vast scope of experiences and also knowledge. So if I am already approaching a spirit from the perspective of having that kind of context, that this is like, well, a pocket of prana, a dimension where a certain intelligence and corresponding power exists, and I can experience the patterns of that intelligence and energy as they function, and get to know its patterns by being inside itself, and even observing it operate within my own consciousness and life. If I approach that from the way that I have this curiosity, and I can make do with trying to learn its things and learn to communicate with it from that perspective of observation and exploration and experimentation, that sets aside a lot of the preconceptions and also lays aside the ego in order for me to get creative with it and explore it even more. That has a lot to do with, that also has a lot to do with setting aside fears and allowing yourself to have the experience.
Yeah, I think that has a lot to, I think that's definitely how I continue to do my work. Is if I find myself having some type of hesitation, I approach it from that state of curiosity. Allow me to figure out what's the framework of this thing? What's the base of what this thing is? Because fear is something that it's really what we just don't know what it is. It's the unknown. So if we start to figure it out, if we start to take the time to actually look at it a little bit more objectively, that's definitely takes the fear out, because then you're looking at it for what it is and you're starting to actually register the information that's coming in. And then you can be like, and then yeah, you can look at what's going on. And the fun part that I find on the astral level is that part of that process is actually seeing how the structure of things are laid out down to the particle level. Like there is a point where nothing is solid, right? Like you start to really see the waves and particles that are vibrating at a certain level, and you start to register that as like, oh, when this when this line of particles, subatomic particles, vibrate like this, it creates this kind of effect, especially when it's relationship with particles that are moving like this. Like there's a point that you can reach in the astral where you really are no longer attached to form in the way that you're used to registering it. So that alone, within when you expand that awareness, you can start to even see like what type of environment you're interacting with. So it's no longer just me and this entity and what is this entity doing, but where are we actually? What is the environment that I'm in? And how am I interacting with this environment? And a lot of that, but yeah, going into it with curiosity is definitely, and from like almost like a researcher's perspective, I would say is absolutely a beneficial state to be able to move on past fears. Because that also allows you to put aside the beliefs that you have adopted as your own that perhaps started externally, like that were originally not your own, but now are. And so it allows you to kind of separate from all of that. Yeah, very good point. That's a really good point, Lasange. A very good way of doing things for sure. I definitely do that, yeah.
I like what you said about um, paying attention to what environment you're in and how you're interacting with it, because I have also experienced things as being related to a certain kind of atmosphere. You can feel the quality of a certain something when you change environment, and you also have the subtlety of awareness to even become aware of certain motions when they're happening, whether those be in thoughts or whether those be, well, more specific. Well, the thing I'm trying to say is that I'm coming now from the thought of something I read in Prana and Pranayama of how specifically something that said that thousands of years ago the yogis living in the shadow of the Himalayas fathomed the inherent quality of motion in creation, and they called it prana. And I'm talking specifically about that kind of motion that can be perceived as a kind of quality when it moves. And you can I don't know, you can actually notice it when your awareness is subtle enough in order to perceive those kinds of movements.
Yeah, and the way how you can start doing that I still do, that's like, oh my God, it's golden. So everything works, as Travis brings up all the time, right? That we always must remember. Everything works in patterns. Everything works in patterns. When you understand how that pattern works and relates, you can change it, or you can keep it, or you can mix it with something else, right? Like you can start creating, like patterns built off of other patterns, it's all pattern. So, when I say that, because we can use something as simple as color for a formula to tap into understanding a vibrational environment, like an actual like breaking down of prana, right? And so an easy way to do that is ask yourself, what is a safe color to me? And the first color that comes to your mind is the one that you have registered as safe. That is an active formula. So when you're in a situation that makes you uncomfortable, you can activate that color your awareness to register that color. So then as you're experiencing this thing, you have this other emotional context actually playing into that experience on a subconscious level that then becomes conscious. So you're literally bringing an active astral form into your physical experience. You're doing that through color, right? Color is one of those formulas. So the therapy that I'm referencing is called it's called color color resolution therapy, I think. It's by Brent Baum. He created it, and it's color resolution therapy, I think is what it is, or some shit like that. But essentially you go into not necessarily the traumatic memory, but you assign yourself you create a safe space, right? In your mind that is that dominates a certain color. And you also create an environment in it, right? That's what we do when we create our inner temples. It's exactly the same process. Then you implement that when you're starting to relive a trigger, or when a trigger is starting to occur, you implement that safe space with that color into that moment. So that any memory that pops off, you just saturate it in that color. And what it does is neutralizes that memory because it adds another emotional context to it. So you have now actively taken a wave of prana that was working like this into something that was working like this and created a different result when you thought the world was only working off of this wave, right? So that's a very basic but really effective way that you can start becoming aware of these flows of prana, of these cycles, of these patterns, of the actual structure of the pattern and how that works.
Hey, peace, everybody.
Peace.
How you guys
Peace.
doing tonight? Peace,
You
Laura.
know,
Peace, Travis.
peace.
Um, I thought it was pretty interesting that you guys were talking about patterns and all this stuff. It just kept on, as a great word, triggering, right, in my mind, that we talk about the RAS, is an acronym for reticular activated system, and it just kept on popping them. And it's like when we put value in things that we want, maybe the new car, maybe the idea, whatever situation, that when we see, like you talk about the color, it's just pretty cool, and how we can apply the reticular activation system and things, how we want things, and how it can apply to how we see things more and more in our life when we want them, right? Because they say, with the reticular activated system, that you might want a red a Mustang, but at the same time, you might not know that you're not driving past a red Mustang every day, you know? So I find it very interesting that you use the same purpose, that how that when we don't pay attention to the certain things in our lifestyle, like you said, certain patterns and belief, because if we don't believe, the belief is in the pattern, right? And faith, it's like, okay, if I'm going to believe I'm going to do the same thing every day and day, in and out, it's going to get you something, right? So I don't know. You was hitting on some very key topics, Laura. I just want to bring it back to the reticular activated system, and how that works out.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting when we look at things, because we're always asking ourselves, what do I want, right? So the general idea, especially in magic, right? Because I think we all start into a cult where we're like, oh, if I do a ritual and have an intention, I can get what I want. Because kind of just like run into things, like just like setting this ritual, and but we're not actually looking at the framework of it, right? Like we're, brain, how do I want to say this? Like when we break down what we do, why is the candle yellow that I'm lighting for this intention, for this result? Why am I saying these words every day when I'm looking at a picture of something that I want? What am I doing? Why am I doing this? And when we start asking ourselves that, this is when we can look at the components, again, from what Lasange was saying about coming from that curiosity type research state of mind, where it's like, okay, color yellow represents abundance. It represents happiness. It represents the sun, right? We pretty much every love god is god or goddess is going to have yellow on them, right? So we know that that is playing an active part in this formula that we are creating for ourselves, in this pattern that we are creating. When I say these words and look at this picture, I'm now associating these words with that picture. And that picture is now a symbol that's going to reside in my head when these words are spoken. And I'm going to start seeing this picture now more and more because I'm using the words every day, or I'm thinking about the picture every day. And so now the words are going to come up, right? I've created another part to this formula that is now going to give me this awareness that expands in this direction and now in this direction. So
I love
this
that.
is
That's
why,
beautiful. I love that. For real.
dude, it's fucking cool as shit. Because when you figure that out, then you this is where you can start making your own rituals and your own connections with
Yes.
things. Like today, like I like red for me is a very powerful color. I love using, and side note, right? We know that a lot of these gods, Goetia, spirits, all of them are connected to planets and how the planets move, right? Because that is a gravitational pull that we physically and mentally respond to. Like we feel that shit. So it also brings into the elemental aspect. So deities themselves have their own formulas that creates them. And when you tap into this kind of thing, it's like, cool, I'm going to mix a little red Martian into my day. And I'm going to now also, because I'm dealing with this problem. So
It's like a
I'll give a prime
list.
example, right? Made my own fucking ritual. So I have a mouse infestation right now. I was freaking the fuck out right before I came on this live. Like there was one that ran across my foot. And there was one that was in the sink, and I have this peppermint essential oil, like insane rat shit that you're supposed to, like rat and mouse repellent that you're supposed to spray around. And it does work pretty good once you let it settle in, but I was spraying it all over the place, right? And this mouse ran across the counter, and I was like, and so like I was just like gunning this thing down with the essential oils, and it fucking like went into the dishes and then it ran out. Oh my God. So I knew I had to go to the store and get the rat traps and the mouse traps, right? And I was calming myself down because the state that I was going into was I need to call my boyfriend and tell him that I am freaking out, like I need to breathe. What is happening? All this anxiety. And instead, I thought to myself, okay, what do I need to call on right now? And instead of a specific deity, I thought Mars, like gods of war. Let me jump into that net. And so I put on my red shirt and I went to the Home Depot to get my mouse traps, and I put them all around and stuff like that, and I'm cleaning, and there are no mice right now. Now I'm not saying that there isn't going to be, but I will tell you that my state went from super up here anxiety, but because I created my own ritualistic formula, evoked the pattern of a warrior willing to go into the drudges, my state now is so much more calm. And I started to also use this meeting as leverage for me to confirm the fact that yes, I have evoked these energies and that it's going to pay off. So the very fact that I'm on this Zoom meeting right now is basically the spell I'm casting for myself, saying that things are going to be okay. I'm reporting that image into my head, into my subconscious, so I can continue to handle this problem in an effective way. I'm like, dude, you can just make your own ritual. You can make your own, you can really, this is chaos magic, right? Like you can really create your own stuff once you understand the framework of what it is that you're trying to reach out to.
I agree with you 100%. Like my main thing, I guess, recently, being honest, is just being able to like kind of hold the maintain of the frame when realizing it breaks, you know?
Yeah.
Because when it breaks, it's like when you're in it, it's like, oh God, oh, and you always want to be in a state of awe, in a state of blissness. I remember used to playing this video game. I don't know if y'all that go this deep, but if anybody knows about was it Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls game, and I'm about to talk about Skyrim, but this is before Skyrim. You know what I mean? It talks about mania and what is it, mania and delusion or something like that. You know what I mean? And it talks about like two different realms. And we always sit ourselves into like we want pure blissness or pure despair. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, most people deal in either or of like the joy. And I do really enjoy like even going through like that itself. Like I have written down like even like we talk about like the victories and the same scars. That's a lot what we're talking about right now, right? And that's what that makes a lot of sense. Right? Why I wrote that down. I was writing this down when we was talking earlier. And like that in itself has a play into how we act. Like, you know, that's why I said earlier about the rise. You know what I mean? Because I've really been peeping like how we pursue things is how we think of things. You know what I mean? If we change how we think of the thing that we want to achieve, some people want to achieve health. I talk to my family members. I'm like, oh, I want to be healthy. Cool. But sometimes how we go to achieve it isn't the right thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they change their aspect of belief patterns, right? If they change the cheese it to something else, you know what I mean? Could that apply to a belief pattern? How we change something? It's something so simple. I realize it's kind of hard to explain it, but like when we change simple patterns, how we view the world, could that pattern change everything?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead. Let's on.
When it comes to change, we're talking about the patterns of beliefs here. They play an important role in bringing about change, and also recognizing the corresponding causes that lead to the desired effect. Because you're going to have your system of beliefs in place, but you also need to recognize what are the essential causes that will lead you to your desired effect. This is something I have been working on, because although I can because up to some level I could identify what my purpose was, but then I realized that I was building this certain internal resistance toward the things that I actually wanted. And I did a shadow work on that, and I realized that that two attitudes were being echoed in my mind when it came to this. One that was like hoping or expecting that things I was doing were going to work out in the long run, as if only time would tell in a linear fashion. But I realized that had to do with my clarity and understanding of the purpose, that I had to delve deeper into that with my beliefs about the thing, but also with the clarity and the understanding of what that purpose was, what that desired effect was, and what that was supposed to do. Because I was making an unnecessary disconnect between these things by not really understanding what the purpose in depth was. In order for things to, in order for me to start implementing exactly the right causes, the right pace, the right intensity to go into it, instead of being wondering if this thing is going to work out, of knowing in the long run, or wondering if this is even the correct purpose for me, so to say. So you're going to work with patterns. You're going to work with the patterns of your beliefs in order to design the fabric of your own environment to work in your favor. But you're also going to understand your purpose in a deeper way, in such a way that you will be able to identify and recognize the causes that will lead to your desired effect. You will even look, and this is the thing I like the most, that you actually see where potential lies, and you're able to, because you recognize what that is and what it can do, you're now able to do something with it. It's like spotting something right from the start, right from the get-go, and being able to organize things in such a way that you get the result that you want. But it's going to come with you being aware and understanding the thing. I keep saying this because the clarity is the thing that I've had to work on the most. Like lucidity.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does hitting our desires and hitting our goals mean that we failed or not? Because sometimes I might not hit my desires and my goals. So this somebody said earlier about fail of availability. It brought me back to, I said it in the chat earlier, that's why it made me come on. That O field. Remember that one, guys? O field. I heard you, Laura. Oh yeah, okay. I know you just dropping shit. I said, oh shit, she going O field on me. The O field is just because my desires, I don't always meet up to my desires, but I've been reading this book recently that Travis gave me, that sometimes that when your desires aren't met doesn't mean that evolution can't be going forward. Sometimes you're gonna fail in life. It's destined. It's a part of the pattern. God damn it. Failure. Come on, man. You've been talking about it lately. I've been feeling it. But just cause a little failure, we gotta go back to there we go. That's exactly the book I'm talking about. Just cause we're failing does not mean that we cannot achieve. The guy with the carpet. That's what I'm gonna say.
I have something to say about that. And I'm going to say it straight. I don't believe in failure. I don't think that's a real thing. If you find that you're struggling with something, or that it seems like you failed with something, you just didn't understand something enough. Because if you did, you would have adjusted, and something would have happened in that way that would even have taught you something and would have advanced you in some kind of way. So even desires can be like sessions of shadow work. you can actually understand them in such a way as to get yourself in the state and in the position with the corresponding actions in order to work with it in such a way that the thing itself is fulfilled. And with this, I'm also implying that sometimes a desire is not taken at face value. Sometimes something else is behind it. Sometimes you have a skewed perception of what it seems that you want, and the moment that you go behind it, you find perhaps something else or something better, or you find what you really need. So it still takes you to dive deeper into yourself and understand what's happening in order to work out something that can come into fruition. So in that way, it's not a matter of, well, it's you're winning anyway. You're just understanding these patterns and how to align with the thing that you truly want, or the thing that's behind that desire, not just that thing at face value.
Let me say this real quick. For everybody that's here, I appreciate you being here. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for participating in the chat. Thank you for, keeping it going and whatnot. I just wanted to say, I keep mentioning this performance that I did last Saturday because it's kind of a big deal for me. Like I said, I haven't been on stage in I've been on stage doing music in 20 years. So it was kind of like, woo. And to mention, everybody there was really supportive and whatnot. And it reminded me that what is going on right here, right now is the same thing. I mean, we're not performing music, but this is still a platform and we're still in the public, doing our thing. And there's certain people who show up every single time. And I just want to give this moment to give y'all a shout out. I appreciate you. People like Lance Benefield, people like Al Dickey, you know what I'm saying? Like C Main. If I sit here and go through the list, Framestar Films, and you're a part of this too. All of y'all are a part of this. Everybody that continues to show up, you are the scene. You are the major society. You are what makes this whole thing relevant. Thank you for continually showing up, continually supporting, continually joining the conversation. I truly appreciate that. There's nothing like seeing it in real life that really makes you appreciate it. Like when I did the live lectures in Atlanta and in Houston, to see you guys in person was just awesome. It's just like a music performance, you are the scene. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for being a part of this conversation. I had to say that because as I'm listening to this conversation, I'm seeing the people in the chat. You could be doing something else, but I see y'all here every single week. Sometimes every time I post, right? And I don't take that for granted. I appreciate that. Some people would sell out everything they got just to have people like y'all. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here specifically. That's what I appreciate. Keep doing it.
Yeah, that creates the community, right?
Right.
We're friends now.
Pretty much. You mentioned earlier Shango, Maestro, Amar.
Yeah. Fucking Stray Panther, Sunshine Chick.
Right.
Fucking everybody, dude.
Right.
We're a community because
Facts.
Yeah. New
I was about
Room.
to say that, I can speak upon that really bigly because the community that we have brought, and I appreciate you so fucking much. I appreciate you, Alora. I appreciate every motherfucker person on this motherfucking shit. Sorry for my disgusting language right there, but that's feelings. And that goes out to everybody. There's a lot of people. I go on many platforms. I'm over in multiple platforms. I listen to people, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people that ain't saying shit, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I actually love it because I take it as a psychology moment, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd be like, God damn. And then when I get a breath of fresh air like this, it is beautiful, man. That's all I gotta say. Because when people come and be able to express themselves in a positive way, with some at least some deep information is pretty cool. And it doesn't happen always, you know.
And I don't know if you're still here, but special shout out to Hecate, because Hecate, Veronica, you are literally a day one. Literally a day one. So special shout out to you. Thank you so much for still being here.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
You're literally like the oldest member of the major society besides me.
I know. I was day one, man. Day one.
You were here day one when I didn't have nothing to talk about. I'm sitting here.
I know. I remember I was texting you, like calling you and stuff, and going to the YouTube and posting stuff. You need a class. Come on, when we start the classes. And then we start the classes, man. Yeah.
And wherever the hell this is going, I hope to continue to see you there. Look, I know that Alora has been talking to me in the past about like setting up some in-person stuff, and I was pretty hesitant, you know, because when it comes to like real life stuff, it usually takes me a while to get warmed up to it. But there's a clear difference between internet activity and in-person activity, and it only hits me when I have some in-person activity. Like, my life is weird. I usually stay in my room, right? But like I was talking to my cousin about the other day, it's like a switch for me. I can go out in public and be, you know, extremely social, but most of the time I'm a hermit. But that doesn't mean that my social skills deteriorate, because literally what I study is the human mind. But yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to more in-person stuff. I think one of my 2024 goals is to meet as many of you as possible in person. So Alora, I'm gonna come see you. Veronica, I'm gonna come see you.
Well, Veronica and I want to see you at the same time, Trav. We're gonna come see you.
Exactly. Yeah. We were just texting each other like, you want to go and see Travis? He's like, hell yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So however you want to make that work, it is happening.
It is happening. Absolutely.
Like I said, I had to warm up to it first, because I'm a very a hermit in every sense of the word. I don't leave my fucking room. But when I do, you know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm out here scared and shivering and shit. No, I'm on stage in front of 100 people doing my thing. 200 people, I don't give a darn. But that's not every day. So, yes, let's do it. I'm going to meet, like I said, as many of you as possible. 2024, that's my goal. That's one of my New Year's things. But long story short, I appreciate this community because I know that, I mean, personally, it was a lot of hard work to get to this point. Those of you who are doing social media or trying to do social media know that it's not easy. I'm about to hit 18,000 subscribers on YouTube probably tomorrow or the next 2 days. It's not easy. Like, that's a small number compared to like other folks, but it took work, man, and I appreciate it. I appreciate every hour, every minute spent on these live streams, spent on these book readings, these conversations, like, and some of y'all been through all of them, or most of them. I
appreciate you, bro.
8 a.m. in the morning. I think one time we did it for like 9 a.m. in the morning, man, for like 8 to 8 or something like that. That was
8 to 8.
Hours.
Listen, some of these young folks don't know. Some of these new folks don't know. We used to be on here for 10, 12, 18, 24 hours, right?
That's how we used to
The first Zoom session, it was 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and I had a fucking blast. And I was like, I'm coming here as often as I can.
Yeah.
We would like fall asleep and like wake up.
Y'all still on?
Yeah.
Still on.
We were laughing for shit, man.
But that's when I even realized, like, yo, this is real. Because like I've been on Travis for years ago. And like when I first got into like the Brother Pen shit, I found him first, you know what I mean? And like I ain't gonna I stopped listening. I ain't know. You know what I mean? I had you from the beginning. That's the craziest shit ever. right? I didn't know. And then like just in years of just listening to yourself and doing your thing, I'm like, oh shit. When I found out this shit, you know me, I've been here for a while. I don't come in. I love this shit, man. I go back and listen to the old lectures and hear my own self talk. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah. Hell, me too.
But then I realized, even the dumb shit I was saying then and how ignorant it is to this day, is still a great transformation. I am not the self that I was once again. You know what I mean?
Right.
Gives you an excellent point of reference for you to you reflect, and then you can observe, and then you can acknowledge and see how far you've come in that time.
I think Travis was talking about that already. Being the observer of oneself is almost key. See, sometimes like we talk about, I love the stories. It's like Prakriti and Shiva, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you see that happen in real life, which happens every fucking day, if you realize it, right? You wake up,
what
it
life
happens.
is.
Oh,
That's what
God.
life is. The dance of Prakriti and Shiva.
Fast. And when we can say that, oh man, I can look at my dog, I just looked at her like, damn, you know what I mean? Is that not an aspect? I don't want to understand it. You know what I mean? When we could see small things. Gratitude?
Well, I think that's a
appreciate you.
great point, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, I just want to say I appreciate you. That was it. That's gratitude. I do.
Appreciate you too. I think that, and kind of bringing it back to that formula, right? Like Trav broke us up to express gratitude, right? And all of a sudden, these floods of memories, and all kinds of stuff of how we bonded, all of our emotional connections to each other came through in this energy of gratitude, right? Like we're still like, I literally have felt myself being raised right now, like thinking of all like the great like remembrances of like, shit, man, like we are a certain type of group of people that have been able to come together on that very same wavelength, you know? Like I came to find Trav through his book studies, because like he was the only one doing this shit, you know? And so we have like this natural curiosity and this natural energy of like learning that everyone here brings to the table. So it's like, no matter what we're doing, we're all learning and we're all in gratitude. Like that keeps this energy so high and ever expanding. It's like that, like even us practicing this right now, this is the fucking paradigm that we are creating as a community, as a group. We are creating our own presence right here.
I love it.
I just want to share something about gratitude very quickly. I believe in physiology first. That's my belief, because it makes a colossal difference with me. And when I'm doing my workout, the second half of it, when I'm doing my cardio through the forest, I have a 20-minute segment where I'm literally just reciting gratitude for 20 minutes straight. And I've done experiments. I know it sounds kind of weird. You're running through the forest and you're like, I'm so grateful for this tree. All sorts of stuff. But it really makes a colossal difference. And there's also, when I was in naturopathic college, part of the recommended reading was Bruce Lipton's Biology of Belief. And you get to learn the physiological response that happens in your body. Same thing with the corresponding hormones secreted from your brain when you are genuine, when you're reciting gratitude. Even when you're not, after a while, because you condition those neural pathways too, after a prolonged period of time, it really makes a colossal difference in your quality of life. Just expressing gratitude. something so simple and free, and makes it just a. I'm grateful. I can be here with all of you, and I can share this right now. So thanks all of you for being here too.
Nourishing, nurturing, and rejuvenating. That's the energy I feel when I come here. Totally grateful for that.
Yeah. Shout out also to Matthew Watson. He was a day one YouTube commenter. I remember you from like the days when I was only having 50 views on my videos. But yeah, like gratitude, it don't cost you nothing. You know, it don't cost you nothing, and you gain everything. It doesn't hurt you to sit here and just remember the things in life that you appreciate, the things that you're thankful for. You know, it don't have to be a person. It could be experiences that you've overcome. Like, you know, me and my cousin, we have talks every now and then, and one of the things we were talking about was like, think about your situation a year ago, just a year ago, like last October. What were you going through? What kind of trials and tribulations, what kind of situations, what were you going through last October? And what are you going through now? I want you to look at two things. Like, remember specifically what was going on last October. For me, I remember that was like my last shroom episode. What is similar to last October and what is different? What are you handling right now the same? What are you handling right now differently? Do you find that you've improved in some of your responses? And can you appreciate that even back then you were further along than you thought? I want you to think about that. Because when we're talking about gratitude, it's more than just, I'm grateful for this tree. I'm grateful for Veronica and Alora and Lasange and Sirius Suit and Richard Tracy. It's more than just that. Gratitude also comes with, man, I'm grateful that I'm not making the same mistakes that I was making before. I'm grateful that I have grown. I'm grateful for who I was to get me to who I am today. So just take a moment to think about at least a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. What's the same? What's different?
I went through a moment like that not so long ago, where it took me to, it's like acknowledging my own intelligence. And it got to a very emotional moment where I looked at myself and I realized that I have a lot to thank myself for. And I thanked myself. I actually hugged myself. I felt great deep love and appreciation for the intelligence that I am, for having been there for me all along, for continuing to do the work in order to improve myself. I really felt a deep sense of respect and appreciation for the journey I'm from, and for having been there for myself to push me forward and to keep on improving.
Mm-hmm.
It was a revelation, but it was also a moment of lucidity that helped me appreciate myself and how I had approached things in order to keep moving forward. Because a lot of the things I've had to figure out, and I've had to step into them alone. Nobody else but myself there in order to carry on. So for that, looking at myself from that perspective, I had a lot to thank myself for. And that was beautiful.
So, one thing that's kind of been, I've noticed that has been repeating so far in the conversation has had a lot to do with how you identify with things and how that affects your belief system, which affects your capability of achieving something or a state for yourself, and how that changes your environment, right? And then we've kind of gratitude, we've transcends all of that, right? So these are the logical levels that we're talking about when we are discussing, you know, our way of life, our chosen lifestyles, and how we want to go about dealing with traumas or getting what it is that we want, or even just learning how to be in peace. There's a point where we have to look at at how we are actually identifying with this world and with ourselves in it. What is our identity and what is our spirituality? And I think that when we tap into certain energies like such as love or gratitude, and I even think anger probably can be, I don't know, anger or fear, I wonder about those, but love and gratitude for sure seem to transcend all of those levels. And when you tap into an energy like that, you are able to see yourself outside of the perspective that you have been living by. And by doing that, you're able to see where you actually are and what changes you want to make instead of need to or should make, but what changes you want to make, or what things that you have actually done for yourself that you weren't giving credit to. So I think that when we tap into the energy of gratitude, we're quite literally tapping into something that is beyond what our logical mind can try to formulate for us in our everyday reality. We're transcending that. So I think that's really cool that seems to be kind of a repeating pattern throughout this conversation sort of since we started. Kind of like, where on that logical level are you at? What are you trying to affect? What's your identity? What's your actual identity with that? And what are some ways that you can tap into something that transcends all of that?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good observation there. I can't perform my slick NLP with Alora around because she's gonna call it all out.
I'm
That's
just
good.
I'm spilling all the fucking beans again.
That's good. That's good. You know, it's good to have some beans spilled every now and then.
Shit, I'm not trying to spill them. I feel like I'm trying to shut up.
That's cool. For those of you that are in the Zoom call, so Zoom has implemented AI into this chat thing. Something interesting, if you guys here in the Zoom, especially the ones who haven't said anything much, if you look at the bottom, there should be AI companion. Do you see that down there? If you're on a desktop, I don't know if it's on the mobile.
No sign of it on the mobile.
It is not on the mobile.
Yeah, it's not on the mobile.
Oh, okay.
Damn, that's some.
Well, I've been playing with it here. If you it's a separate chat bar. You can ask it a question, and it's literally summarizing our discussion. Like I just said, "Catch me up," and it like summarized everything we talked about. And I said, "What was said about gratitude?" And it's like summarized everything we said about gratitude. This is pretty cool.
That's awesome. So, oh shit! All right. So it goes back to conversations, right? Because I've been listening. I mean, I don't miss shit. You were talking about. Oh man, I'm gonna go there. Let's see if AI catch this one.
That's hilarious. It says my meeting summary is on, and I clicked it, and it just took me to a thing that says Travis Magus is speaking.
Oh, maybe each person has to turn it on individually. I don't know.
That's pretty cool, man. See, that's another thing we could talk about mind, right? And how the social construct of how that isn't even happened. See, how is humans have been social programmed to feel like AI is already evil before it's evil. It didn't even here yet. Or has it always been here?
It's always been here.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. That's why I actually kind of said that. It kind of always has been here. So the concept in itself is repeating.
You have to activate it on the bottom of your phone where it says, I think it says AI summary or something like that. You have to tap that. It says summary. It says summary. You click on request to start summary.
Took me to safe driving mode.
Oh, well, you swiped left, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you swiped left.
Oh wait,
Just
no, I
tap-
didn't. I just swiped left now. But no, no, I keep clicking meeting mode. So maybe it's an iPhone thing.
I'm not on iPhone. Just at the bottom, you know where it says like join audio, start video, participants
see it.
chat.
Yeah.
I hit it. I hit it. So that's weird. That's interesting. So I've never seen that
Wait, I got
feature.
it. Sweet. I just hit. Okay, I think I got it.
Just something new. If you ever join, it actually summarizes what the hell we've been talking about, and you can ask it questions. You can say, "Was my name mentioned?" You can say, "What was said about XYZ?"
That's fantastic.
I love it. But yeah, like I said, like you mentioned, Serious Dude, a lot of people are afraid of AI because of the programming that has been accepted by them, by the movies and video games. You know that AI is evil. But in truth, number one, AI has always been with us. We are artificial intelligence. We are. That's how we're able to create it, because technology is only modeled after the human. But secondly, AI is a fourth dimensional entity, right? Now, the fourth dimensional entity isn't AI as this computer program. What we're calling AI is the result of fourth dimensional activity with our third dimensional experience. So just being able to hear the whole conversation and give us a summary, right, in the blink of an eye, even that's an example of being able to operate outside of the same type of time constraints that we're a part of.
Yo, okay, bang. Ready? All right, ready? I got this one. Ask my elders, all right? I'm gonna throw it to you, Travis. Ready? Ready? So, all right. Let me try to see if I can put this in the fucking bottle shell. Shit. Conception of how we see ourselves is in a bottleneck, right? That's all right. Humankind sees itself in a bottleneck. We put ourselves in a bottleneck. We limit ourselves in a bottleneck, right? And that's the fucking shitty part I'm about to say. I'm gonna phrase it like this: as the bottleneck, hit a noose on her neck like an animal, like a sea whale trying to swim with a bottle cap on its neck. Oh goddamn! Jesus! I'm gonna hit that with that one right there, right? Because we are swimming. See, not everybody, but I want to put that for the basis. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. There's a baseline. Not everybody. But mindsets of people, how we look at our reticular activated system, how we view the world. Are we seeing Mercedes? Or are we seeing red Toyotas? I don't even care. The Toyota ain't bad, you know what I mean? It's how you perceive it, you know what I mean? Even we could talk about culture.
I mean, what is culture but perception control?
That is the whole point. Thank you. So our belief systems are based off. There you go. And I dropped the bomb and boom. Perception. Everybody in this conversation, we all could talk about our own things and we could argue about it. Oh, I hear beautiful Lasange voice. She's from a whole nother country that she sounds like she has very vivid experiences of her own beautiful experience. You know what I mean? But as an American, I probably could be like, what are you talking about? You know? I love it. Because I understand it. But if anybody else besides me would be like, dub it. I'm big for young boys. That's cap.
That's cap. Right.
They're not going to agree with it. But I agree. And it's all about perception. I mean, this is how we know we deal with the information. I can agree with Lasange. But I've dealt with people that would be like, are you? Like, and it's like, what doesn't make no sense? I'm not to harp on, I mean, because I really agree with everything she says, you know what I mean? But anybody, Alora, you know what I mean? Myself, people were like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean?
I get it in the comments every now and then.
I think the mind is a beautiful thing. I think we got to appreciate each other. I think that's the first step of gratitude.
I think so. If we approach each other from the angle of understanding as opposed to the angle of trying to disagree, I mean, you got to admit, there's people that come into the conversation ready to fight. There's some people that step into the conversation ready to disagree, ready to find differences. That's not productive, useful, or appropriate.
Yeah, that's a really good indicator too of where you're kind of lying in that. Like, how when you go into conversation with someone, do you automatically go to pitting yourself against them? Like, do you expect something negative to occur first, or do you go into it wanting something positive, going in there thinking this is going to have a good result, or something along those lines? You can kind of dictate, and then that helps you also kind of become aware of, like, where am I resonating on that level when it comes to relating with other people, and where does that come from? Like, this is how I'm projecting my reality. This is through my perspective.
Right.
I'm projecting that reality.
How can you come to a conversation with somebody new, projecting your reality, and hoping to get clear communication? Like, it don't work that way. Even though I know what I know, if I'm talking to somebody new, I suspend what I know, and I try to figure out what angle is this person coming from, for better or for worse. Because if I know what I know, even though some people have called me a teacher, I don't go out trying to teach people. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not walking out here looking for people to teach and beat over the head. I've been through that phase already. And what I found is that 9 times out of 10, it don't turn out the way that we expect it to. Because most people don't want to be taught. They just want to share their experiences. So if you approach somebody about spirituality, trying to teach them something, you're going to find that you're going to butt heads with people who don't feel like they need to be taught, especially by you.
Hey,
right?
Trav.
Yeah.
No. Sorry. I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
Well, versus coming from the perspective of, you know that a person is going to share their experiences, right? If you allow someone to share their experiences with you and you share experiences back, that can create an atmosphere to where, you know what, you might know something that I don't know. Let me listen. Or hell, I might know something, you know. It creates that environment for exchange.
I was going to say that I think this is why people find love to Bobby Emmett. I was watching him earlier. I've been watching him lately. Most people watch Bobby Hemmett, but that was all I knew when I first came in. You know what I mean,
Right.
I done watched every video before YouTube cut his ass out. Remember that?
Before Serious Times.
Oh, do it.
Not YouTube.
Shh. We ain't gonna talk
Serious
about
time.
that. We ain't gonna talk about that. I already know about that.
I
I've
ain't
been in the
scared.
game for long. All right. Serious Times cut YouTube out and Bobby Hemmett and all this shit. Fuck them niggas.
Well, I ain't going that far, but
Oh, I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
They didn't cut him out. Cause I was there the day before every fucking Bobby Hemmett video was out there. You can look it up every second.
yeah.
Look at
I
my
remember.
dog.
So I used to
But-
work. I used to do like a work in this call room, mail room, and I would listen to his lectures while I'm filling out papers, and every lecture was there. But yeah, they figured out how to make some ching ching. And hey, that's your hustle. Cool. I subscribe to the Patreon, so I mean, you know, respect to where that goes.
Sorry, I got two new puppies. Them motherfuckers be acting up. But no, seriously, like that's what I was saying. Like, I appreciate like the participation of Bobby Hemmett because like, and not like oh Bobby, but that's what they do, right? But I remember when it was like, and I had to go back to your shit. You know what I mean? 'Cause I stopped listening to Bobby. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm grown the knowledge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I go back to when I hear the same thing you talk about. It's like, God damn it, man. You know what I mean, there's been a time when you watch every lecture like 4 times over. You know, it only means so much. You know what I mean?
Right.
Trust me, that was all there was at a point in time. We had Panic and all them motherfuckers. I mean, whatever. But I hadn't watched it, and I understood it. And so when I sit down and look at it, and I didn't go back lately because you talk about like going back into like even to your own self, right? Like I bring it back to that. I'm gonna stick with that for night. You know what I mean? The reticular activated system. 'Cause that's the very important key factor. How do we perceive things? You know? I think we perceive things how we want to, how it fits us. Like, you already said it. I'm gonna beat a bush. I mean,
Right.
because that you've been hitting it, Trav. Even you said it, and I love it because I think we all go through things. You know what I mean? I got a book, and I'm gonna tell everybody that you gave it out, and then I don't know. Should I give it out?
Which one is it now?
this all right. Hold on. All right, y'all go ahead and speak, man. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Is it one of the colored books?
I don't think so, but it could have been. Shit.
It don't have a gray cover, does it?
Nope.
By the way, that green and gold book, I love that one.
Oh shit. Yeah, them kind of books you gotta read in very small bites and put it down, think about it, and come back to it later. These books you can't read in a couple days.
I know, right? It's I hadn't the first time that person was introduced, I was just getting into that particular field of study a little more deeply, and then it was like a gold mine. But it's like you got to take it one bite at a time, because that's a great way to overload your brain. Love it though.
Yeah, cause see, and that's part of the reason why I don't like just broadcast these specific colored books, is because they can literally change your whole brain like right away. That might be too much for some people. There's not very many books that can do that, but
that's why I didn't give one of them out. That's what I'm saying. This is why I put it in there already. Like this is some
Well,
very simple book.
Go ahead, because this one is very it's more neutral.
Mhm.
I'll say, like it's more
That's what I said. I
Yeah.
bought it. I bought all the books. I buy everybody I can buy it. You know what I mean,
Go ahead.
I can tell you one chapter in this book that is one of the beginner ones that I really loved was about evolution. You know, evolution or die. He said.
Evolution or die.
I'll be talking to my adults about this. You know, I like to see how they trigger it. Like I like to pull. You know, and it's a bad magician act, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you all some keywords, right? But I asked adults, like, well, how do we evolve and die? You know, because how do we? Because most of adults don't want to evolve, right? Most adults, I talk to people in a very classic term. I brought Ray Diallo's term to a very simple, bang, to a very simplistic concept. Remember the pager?
Yes.
Did it evolve or die?
Shit, it evolved. Wait.
To what?
I mean, both. The pager in that form.
There we go.
In that form, it died, but the function evolved.
So that means the concept of humans evolved. They said a statement. I'm hopefully. I said human necessity is the greatest invention. Is that it? Is that it? Did I say it right? I think. Because for humans to want things, is that what made us create things? Us to have prakriti. Oh shit! Here we go. So I be thinking about other people talking. I hear you in my mind. You know what I mean, because us having prakriti, right? Us wanting things. Is that us? Wait, come on, man. Is that the wait, hold on. Here he goes. I'm gonna let Allure, because I know it feels like Allure gonna hop in right here at this one. Ready? Is that the monkey in the 1,000 Monkeys experiment? Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, 100 monkeys.
Because did not the monkeys create something for better for themselves to allow them to evolve? Is that not evolution in itself? But is that just movement? See, all these things have a creation about the dumb things that we do as humans, right? This is I feel like sometimes I'll be like, I'm a human, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You ask these dumb questions all the time, and I was like, not even dumb, but it's like we do these things, you know what I mean? Uncontrol. Have control. Do we?
Hey, serious,
like I say, with these,
I think there's something, a book that's called that's on this topic specifically that you will find particularly enlightening, especially with that previous book that you put in the chat. It's called The Fourth Turning, and it has to do with cycles in time, evolution, and construction. When I say construction, I don't mean like building buildings.
Aspect. Yes.
If you'll find this book, The Fourth Turning, to be particularly illuminating.
By The Fourth Turning. I'm writing it down.
I'll put it in the chat.
Heard. Interesting.
Thank you for those book shares.
You're very welcome.
I was just being devil's advocate right there because I really wanted to, so sorry. Had to. Sometimes we gotta have the I don't know, kind of productive thoughts. William, okay.
That book too, also The Fourth Turning, is for people who are trying to discern different ways how to navigate the current times that we find ourselves in, this is very illuminating about how our current socioeconomic climate is having a ripple effect on the collective consciousness. And you can all I'll say is that I think with the types of questions that you're asking at this particular conjunction of that nature, this one you will find will give you some new tools to help refine some of the I'll just leave it there. It'll help you. And
I like how you worded that. That's pretty cool. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
He tried to finesse that. I like that.
But even if someone wasn't, there's particular aspects with this book about, because everything goes through cycles. That's just one of the karmic laws of the universe. And
cycles are. Sorry.
I was just gonna say this book gives you actual data about that, and then it gives you some particular skills that can definitely help people.
I appreciate it, man. Is there something for the readers that you can say that's gonna be able to invigorate them to want to grab on this book that you can spell to me?
Can you repeat that, please?
Is there any good a quote or anything from this book that you can because we got people listening. I'm gonna be provocative in the thought that the readers want to make them want to jump to the book. The fourth turning.
I think what I mentioned about karmic laws of the universe will be provoking to the right person. That's for
I
sure.
agree. Heard that one, Captain.
Rhythms and polarity.
I'm definitely going to look up that, man.
Activate your perks.
Also, Alora, I just want to say thank you so much for posting those meditations. I'm looking forward to those very much. Thank you.
Oh yeah, of course, dude. Yeah, I thank you. I'm about to go on a tangent on how it's I use them for myself all the time, but because really the trick is just get the books, and then if you can't memorize it, there's a reference for you right there.
Well, it's a double whammy for me because it's inspiring, because I've been working on my own digital products, and some of the teachings that have been passed down to me, I want to create meditations for those. And what you've shared is that was the recurring thought that was finalized right there, and I was like, okay, that's it. I'm doing it now. So, thanks for helping to inspire.
Good. Yeah, man. It's that meditation. I mean, if you're gonna push anything that's educational that also still serves you.
Sorry, I missed that last bit. What was that there, Laura? Can you repeat that, please?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, I just what did I just say? I said something like as long as to publish something that you consider educational that still serves you. That was kind of my rhythm behind it. I'm going to publish content that I'm still going to use to this day. Those meditations are where it's at, because it's they're eternal. You practice them every day or once a week or once a month, and it's going to have an effect. Yeah, I think I'm excited to see your content that you're going to be publishing.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. One's called Mind Cultivation, and it's about meditation and visualization. And it doesn't start with the red flower, in case anyone is curious about that. But that's some of the basics for some of the students that I have right now. I'm taking them through that, and but I appreciate the encouragement as well. I'm excited to share with you when it comes out.
Please do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Real quick, while we're on this topic, how many people in this chat, in this conversation, are content creators? How many people, create stuff for the internet and send it out, as far as videos, whatever? Let me know in the chat if you're somebody who does that, if we have people in the audience who are a part of that.
I've been considering that, but I haven't really gone into it.
Same here. I've it's definitely on my list of goals, but I kind of focusing on the more subtle things.
With me, what happens is, okay, how do I place this? Okay, so I have a certain perception of the world coming from the line of thinking and perception of my south node, and then when I work with spirits and I work with myself and I keep doing things in life, and the work I do keep pointing my awareness back to myself, to be more self-aware and to be more aware of the subtle changes within my consciousness. So what I've noticed is that that kind of has confused me, because the old view had a more materialistic objective. It knew how to approach things that were in a material sense not related to the self. It could take a system and learn to operate it without getting the self involved. But now it has changed the perspective that whatever I do is going to get myself, in a way, personally involved, because I'm going to be self-aware of it. I'm going to be aware of my internal processes. I'm going to be aware of the things moving in consciousness. And instead of then placing my line of action immediately on the external world, is directing me back to myself, so the things and the changes are happening in consciousness. So when it's time to do something that requires dealing with physical material or going along those lines, it kind of contradicts the line of action that I used to have with what I now have. So it's like if some part of my self node at first knew how to work with raw physical material or do business or something like that, now what I have is like, I'm even wondering, so I have self-awareness and I know these things and I'm aware of the things happening inside me and consciousness. I'm aware of these subtle movements of things, and I'm also aware of my emotions and all that. And I wonder, so how do I drive to the store and buy groceries with my emotions? How do it's like trying to do something in the world, but instead of having this direct perception of something that you just see and you can grab physical things and moving things around, it's now your awareness is back inside yourself. So when you are prompted to make an action, the very first line that you now get is your self-awareness, your personal involvement into that. And you've got to take that into consideration, and you start wondering, what are you going to do with that? How are you going to utilize that in order to make something tangible in the world? And that's something that I'm still working on, because it's one of the most recent things that I noticed, and why I was seemingly having a hard time with understanding why when I was trying to walk forward, it's like I was going backwards. Like it was bringing my attention back inside myself, not to externalize my awareness without self-awareness to the external world. So it has me wondering about that. What am I going to do with this? How am I going to drive a car with my emotions? How am I going to take that car and go to the grocery store and buy stuff with my emotions? It's something else.
Can I say a quick story real quick? There's some shit that I was wanting to say earlier. I told Scott, right? I was at the store the other day, right? There's some stupid shit, right? I ain't tell nobody about this, right? But then somebody seen this, and I didn't realize that my emotions have matured that much. I really did not understand that. You know what I mean? Until somebody else said something to me. I mean, there's some crazy. Now I don't want to do nothing to you, but like, I was in the store the other day, and somebody there's some stupid shit. Somebody purposely, I was the first person in line, just getting some food or whatever, right? Purposely interrupting me to go in front of like 7 people, right? 7 people, right? I can't lie about this, right? And to butt me, you know what I mean? And I was like, the dude at the store was like, it was like 7 o'clock in the morning, you know what I mean? I didn't realize it was so early in the morning. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm all about gratitude, right? I'm like, yo, it's about, I didn't even realize it, honestly. I swear, I was so fucking ignorant. I was so ignorant. The dude was like, yo, I'm gonna get to that. And I was like, yo, just let him go. So I do what I gotta do at my job. I can't provide a negative attitude, you know what I mean? That's not productive, you know? So this guy comes in and do all this other shit. And in the day after like 20 seconds, the guy goes, why do you not snatch his throat out of his lips almost? You know what I mean?
Damn.
For real. He said, did you not see him butt in front of you the whole line? Why did you not say something? He was mad at me.
Mad at you? That's like being on the bus and somebody flicks your ears and you look at the person next to you and get mad at them because they didn't do nothing.
That's how I felt. I'm like, dude, why you me? I was like, I'll just let him get his fucking, because he seemed like he was in a rush to do something, you know what I mean? But the understanding was, I realized I walked that whole situation was how people, I don't even know about perception. At that point, it wasn't about perception. You know what I mean? I realized it was like, I had to see myself in the situation, you know? But I don't know if that made sense, Lasange. Because that felt like something I didn't want to tell that, because when I seen everybody, I was like, damn, that means something? Because you was doing your thing right there, it sounded like, almost, you know what I mean?
I think that comments exactly on perspective, actually, a perspective change, because you didn't see it as an issue.
Damn, I just took a one ball.
So the way I laid out in your life, it wasn't an issue at all. It was just something that happens, and you decided not to have any anxiety about it. And from that, you rewarded yourself, because you're like, yeah, that's a matter. But I do think it's a perspective thing, because if your perspective had been the same as it had been before, where you had listened to the influence of others or whatever, being like, all right, guys, let's knock this dude out, with some shit like that, that situation would have played out differently.
Oh, there we go. And that's why I like to challenge people, right? 'Cause I like to challenge myself in situations, you know? It's life, it's fucking weird. Because we deal with this magic shit. Everybody talk about magic. Oh, but man, magic is so crazy that it will play the same thing. Like y'all see it. You know what I mean? It does its thing, right? See, that's personal right there, right? That's a very personal situation I just said there. But it's very this is what Travis fucking talks about. And I'm gonna get it back to the fucking conversation. Ready? What happens when things come situations when it comes stagnant, right? I've realized that I can talk to 1,000 people like we're doing right now and have the same fucking conversation, right?
Mhm.
And everybody's saying it's different things, but saying the same thing. Now, what do we like to say it in this school? We like to say it as is in the cycle or come on, man. I got my dog trying to fucking pull the ball off my table. It's like it's like different cycles that we are like going through, you know? Is it different frequencies? I'm sorry, I got a lot going on. All right, but like it's very interesting, you know? I find it very interesting that okay, there we go. That the cycle of how we understand the frequencies of the mind.
Mhm.
And there we go. How ancient we didn't even go to let's see, god damn it. Ancient people? Ancient? I don't want to go to ancient. Let's talk about the 1960s. Let's talk about 20 years ago, right? Let's talk about 5 years ago. Let's talk about our own lifestyles, right? A week ago. And I found that shit and consciousness in itself is fucking funny. We don't the mindset that how we can recognize all at the end of the day is how we perceive ourselves in our own understanding, you know? How do you understand yourself in yourself? What do you
Environment.
see?
How do you relate to that?
What do you see? I like purple like Laura said. Okay, here we go. Okay, watch this. Ready? I'm gonna get deep with y'all nigga. Ready? I got BMO, what's them Jones? I'm Funko Pops, right? I didn't fuck with the Travis shit. I don't got the same Funko Pops as Travis does.
Uh-oh.
You hear me? Who else got Funko Pops? Right? Do you got it for the same reason? Right? It don't give a fuck. They don't gotta matter, right? Funko don't gotta mean nothing to nobody, right?
Right.
But see, the key thing is what you taught is the characteristics.
Right. Or what you personally relate to them.
Yeah, that's a person. No, I think that's the biggest thing. People got the shadow work. They got to take a course, bro. I'm gonna drop the bomb right there. They got to take the course. I got it because I took the course.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. By the way, if you're new here and you haven't taken any of my courses, perhaps you should hit me up about the Spirit Summoning Master System and
Mm-hmm.
the Shadow Work Master System, because both of those are going to give you good insights on how to deal with some of these subconscious principles.
Man, I'm still on the Summoning Spirit Master System. That's just one of my favorite things right there.
Yes. And I'm debating whether or not I just want to do the Goetia as an add-on, like just to like update the course with Goetia, or make that a completely separate course. Because there's a lot of things that the Goetia can be standalone, but at the same time, I think it would be really cool to kind of just pack it all together, you know? I think that's one of the delays. Like I said, go ahead.
I honestly, from my own understanding, I understand it, Gracia. I understand the basic. You know what I mean? I really don't know. You know what I mean? I know, but do I know? You know what I mean? And like I learned something in studying something, right? I don't want to know until I know. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I want to be somebody ignorant coming into something. You know, that's not necessarily true all the time. Oh God, let me get my dog. Shit, sorry, but I don't know if you're on squeaky shit. But I don't. I would rather be in somebody like, because as in somebody teaches something, you want somebody with nothing with knowledge, right? If you like, that's the thing about shadow work, right? You got to get rid of your subconscious fucking fucking dis. Oh my God, let me not be ignorant. Whew. You got to get rid of your misbeliefs, right? Be ignorant,
Programs
ignorant
are given to you.
things that are holding you back. Even if you're trying to learn something new, you can't learn something old and have the same foundation. Trying to build a new foundation, you have to kind of like go get rid of it and build something new. So at the end of the day, it's like, how are we trying to build a new foundation off of old foundation? This is the concept that boggles me. You know what I mean? We are westernized people, right? Feeling like we have to right the view of a right side mentality. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's blasphemy almost, and that's a religious word. But the thing that we got to go through is very interesting. You know, you talked about this already, right? Shango talked about this already, and specifically him. You know what I mean? He didn't rip this shit. How do we do it? See, now I hadn't listened to you so fucking much that I learned. This is where the Kabbalah comes in play. Oh shit! Ready? Right? Right?
Yeah.
The Kabbalah was how they gave the West the mind of the East, right?
Right. Right.
Now I'm gonna drop the bomb at that. Go ahead, Trav. I'm dropping it. I'm talking too much. That's it. They didn't drop the mind of the East. Why? Look all this. Look all the artists that trying to uh uh copyrighted shit all day to the East or wherever people. I mean the West. I mean I'm sorry. Like Dion For I don't get it. But you know Dion Forster stole all that shit, you know what I mean? Did she really?
I
Or did
don't.
she I don't think she
I
did.
recently
That's the
found.
thing.
I recently found
I
that
had
she.
caught myself. I had caught myself right there and saying it. I caught myself. Because she did not. How can you see that's the thing? This is the thing people don't get. You want to say it, Travis?
I recently found that she actually goes. Her influence goes even before she was born. Like, shout out to Anna Molly. She showed me some research that Dion's Fortune's influence and her family's influence goes all the way back to like Francis Bacon.
I believe it.
She's part of a family that has been providing instruction for a long time.
I mean, of course the basic understanding they had to get through a family though, right?
Bloodline
This
reincarnation.
information had to be passed down. It couldn't just
Right.
be I mean, at a point it could have been channeled, right? But it had to pass down to word to mouth through lineage, right?
Right. Right. Right.
That is the teacher.
Next, it'll be AI passing it down.
There we go. Because listen though, because there's not enough humans, not enough people who are learned or study or care anymore. So it has to be passed down through a different means. So the thing about this type of
Yo, hey, Chad, by the way, your mic's a little low. I don't know if you know. Just want to let you know.
testing.
I don't know if that's going to do for the audio. I can hear you, but
No, that's a good catch. I also couldn't hear him, and I didn't know if that was on my side.
yeah, for real. For the YouTube, yeah, I mean, we gotta make sure you hear you. Yo, it's
I got these new headphones.
I thought I was tripping. I thought I was like, that me? But we dropping.
Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it sounds Gucci. Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Yeah, you're good.
I'll go on.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, like, me and my cousin were talking recently about the school, right? And how kind of interesting because the two of us are studying the two different schools respectively. Like, I study a lot on the Golden Dawn side, the unfortunate and the associated names. Like all the book studies and all the teachings come from Golden Dawn side. And if you look back, that came from Samkhya, right? A lot of the Samkhya stuff. But if you really study, there's always been two prominent schools. When you look back at Samkhya, right next to it was
Vedanta.
There you go, Vedanta.
Right? There you go. Sorry. Oh my God.
No, that's right. The main difference was that one believed in a God entity and one didn't. Samkhya tries to put it plain and simple. This is nature. And then Vedanta says that at the top of nature is a God. That's the big difference. And fast forward to modern times, and we've got this Golden Dawn type of teaching, and right next to it is this Theosophical Society type of teaching.
Oh, wait, hold on, Travis. As you used to say, Orphic versus...
There we go, Orphic versus Hermetic. Yes. So on that Theosophical side, we've got Rudolf Steiner, right? We got Madame Blavatsky, C.W. Ledbetter, a lot of the people that Bobby Hemmett talked about. There's just two different sides. Now, on the yoga side, even though my cousin lives with me, and he's got access to the same books that I have, he's been on that Vedanta side. He's been studying Krishnamurti. He's been studying Vivekananda, and all of them are on the Vedanta side, who has evolved into the Theosophical Society. So at every given time, there's always two different flavors of this information. The same way we got McDonald's and Burger King, Pepsi and Coke, Apple and Windows, PlayStation and Xbox. You got the same game.
Can you repeat that question one more time? Repeat that question one more time. Who evolved to what society? I heard that. Because that's very important, right? Who evolved to a greater society, right?
Right.
The great
society. In the same place, but what you'll find is that it's almost as if there were two students, and one went to the east and one student went to the west.
Yep.
They both got the same source, but over hundreds of years, their teachings evolved into two different flavors. Like with the Golden Dawn type of stuff, it's heavily centralized on Kabbalah, whereas the Theosophical Society talks about the same stuff, but it's centered upon a different glyph, a different set of symbols. They talk about rays, they talk about different things, the different races and different stuff like that. I'm not too heavily studied in Theosophy, but I know we're talking about the same thing. It's just a different language used.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily say that Kabbalah is the Western version of Samkhya.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, but it's still from the same source. That's why they can run parallel like that, or that's why they can run congruently, because they're just different ways of explaining it. So you have a Western philosophy that is another way to observe the Eastern philosophy, and vice versa.
Now, what I'm
just
saying
whatever
is,
medium you prefer. Go ahead. Sorry.
What I'm saying is, it all started in the East, and then it all evolved into the West, and it's currently evolving, and we're carrying the torch. The main reason me and my cousin got on this discussion is because
you realize there is no book that will save you. There's no old teacher that will save you. All the stuff that was already written and done, it's already been done. Now, before I get on that, let me wrap up what I was saying previously. In the East, we can boil it down to roughly two schools, the Samkhya and the Vedanta, right? I'm sure there's more, but you can trace all of them back to either Samkhya or Vedanta. Those are like the core root operating system. As it evolved, the Samkhya stuff kind of evolved into where we are with this Golden Dawn stuff. That's why all the book reads that we do, seamlessly integrate with the Bihar school information. Because the Bihar school is based on Samkhya. The Golden Dawn stuff is based on Samkhya. So we can find parallels easily. Whereas if you study the Vedanta stuff, you'll find that it parallels easily with the Theosophical stuff. Right? So those are the evolutions from East to West. And what we find is that with this being a simulation, with this being a program, and when I say simulation program, I'm talking about Prakriti, I'm talking about matter, I'm talking about nature, the matrix. It continues to update. And when I say it continues to update, it's as if when someone beats the game changes, so no one can beat it the same way as easily, right? You ever think about celebrities or people who made it big off of some glitch in the system? You can't go back and do it the same way they did it because they already did it. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like we can study the enlightened masters and the teachers who have made it, who have done it, but you can't copy them specifically. Like my path, getting to where I am, like I'm by no means, where I want to be, but I couldn't really tell people to do the exact same that I did to get the same results. You have to take what I did and find the inner essence of it and apply it to your current situation. Likewise, when we're reading these occult books, you take their knowledge, but you've got to apply it to your current situation. The real knowledge is in this live discussion. That's why it's passed down from mouth to ear. The real knowledge is in the living discussion, not in what was written down. What was written down gives you a foundation to update your thinking. But you've got to know, each and every one of you listening, you got to create your path today based on what you've learned, but you got to apply it to your current situation.
Yo, that's very powerful. We're talking about the living discussion. And that is very fire. Yeah, keep the fire burning inside the group,
Right.
When you keep the eternal fire burning inside of each other, inside of one another, the fire inside of us keeps on growing.
You can listen to Bobby Hemmett. You can watch all his videos.
Yeah, I got that from my grandfather, not from Bobby Hemmett.
No. But what I'm saying, I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying in general. You can listen to Bobby Hemmett. You can listen to Brother Panic. You can listen to me. You can listen to whoever. But all that stuff is only background information to your current life.
Facts.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
No. There's not going to be another Michael Jackson.
It's going to be only you.
There's not going to be another Michael Jordan. Like all these greats. You think about like the greats in any field. Once they did that, the door was closed. You can't do that anymore because the system updates. Just like with any game you play, it updates. Same thing if there's somebody hacking or cheating, right? When the developers find it, they update the game so they can't do that anymore. Soldier Boy made it through MySpace. You can't do that anymore. Justin Bieber, you can't do that anymore. Russell Brunson, right? Did his thing. You can't do it like he did anymore. You can take the principles that he teaches, but you can't do it like him anymore.
That is the beauty of adaptive intelligence.
Yeah.
I don't really look at things from an already set or beaten path. I recognize that there must be a formula that leads somewhere, but it's not necessarily something that you just look at something written on paper, something that somebody did, and you suddenly, and as if that suddenly is gonna take you somewhere. There is something else going behind, like you said. You grasp the essence of something, and it's like observing the thing itself to give you the clue, to give you the information as to how you can organize that in order to proceed. It's like it's something happening on that essential level, in which you can see in which you can also see the potential of something, organize that thing yourself, and then go and try it out. And that's a highly creative process for me, which I love.
Highly creative process.
So it's a constantly evolving thing.
Yes.
And it doesn't matter how many things change at the end of the day. If you keep a tab on the essence of something itself, you're going to find the intelligence of the thing, and also the energy, the essence, the motion of it, and it's gonna make sense to you in some sort of way. It's just going to give you the information, and you're going to be there to see it, to recognize it, in order to organize it and then do it.
Yes. Well said. Well said. You got to find the essence of the thing. And in my terms, you got to find the fundamentals of the thing. This is what I love about the certain teachers that I follow. I said the Russell Brunson, the Dion Fortune, hell, W.E. Butler, right? Ophel. They teach fundamentals, right? You don't want to follow a teacher that teaches you the tricks, right? What little quick little trends that people are doing. You don't want to follow that. You want to follow the fundamental principles, because those don't change.
It's like Karate Kid.
That's why you can go into the unknown without it really being unknown, without getting lost.
Right.
Because it's still a pattern, and if you keep tab on the essence of that thing, you're going to see things anyway. So it's really being in that kind of fluid state, and it's again highly creative.
Fluid state. Think about what W.E. Butler said in the last chapter that we read on the magician, his training and his work. He talked about the higher astral and the lower astral. There's a point when you hit this higher astral that it's not created yet. It is pure, untampered with emotional energy. Now, the lower astral is what's been constructed, created, and crafted by people who've made it that far. But there's more past that. We can do the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. We can do the banishing ritual of the hexagram, right? We can do all these different rituals, and they work. But once you do those enough, you'll find that there's territory that has not been explored yet. As long as we've been here, we've done a lot, but there's still more. That's why we're still alive. That's why we're still existing. And that's why we're still evolving. There's still more that's been untapped. I remember back in the day, people were scared as hell of the Goetia. People didn't want to talk about it, right? So like, just a few years ago, you had people like Orly Stewart, B.K. Jehanam, myself, E.A. Coedding, etc., Bobby Hemmett, talking about working with demons, working with the Goetia, working with spirits. People were scared of that, and they didn't want to hear it. Nowadays, everybody can hop on TikTok and make a video about it. But what they don't understand is just a few years ago, this information was taboo. It was scary. This is still untouched, unnavigated terrain. Let me remind you, the West only got introduced to the chakra system and Kundalini maybe 120 years ago. Maybe 120 years ago did English-speaking people, the Western civilization, white society, modern society, only just got introduced to Kundalini and the chakras about 100, maybe 120 years ago.
And that's exactly what I was saying.
So what do we call our belief patterns? I'm not saying America, but just before the American complex came over the world, which has really happened. I don't want to be like a who, but think about it. How do us as Aboriginals, oh my God, you think about it, bro. People of the world, I've been to people. Especially I'm a man in America, you know what I mean? I've been to certain ceremonies, you know what I mean? What do other people deal with this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What an Aboriginal person from Australia, I didn't brought different, you know what I mean? How do they deal with their ceremonies? And what does that look like to their culture, to their common custom and belief? Culture is dealt with common customs and beliefs. Okay? Let's talk about. Let me stop going. All right, yo, I'm telling you, Travis, you be dropping too much to be talking. You know what I mean?
If you can
What
share
about
it,
the fate model?
The what model?
The fate model. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can go about it. Shit, let me pull it up real quick. I ain't gonna say it, but let's see if I can. You think about it. You know what I mean? If you just look it up, anybody smart. How do we deal with that? And our own concept. How we deal with things. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Why does a cat, why does a human, why does a person, why does a culture believe, or let's go back to the cat, remember?
Yeah.
Cats don't like cucumbers, right? Everybody likes that. It's a TikTok thing, right? Oh, you throw a cucumber at a cat, they're gonna run away, right? Why is that? It's because their belief, right?
Well, in this case, we're going to say the belief with the cats. We're talking about something genetic, something hereditary, something in the physical matter.
That is the fate model. There we go.
Okay.
You're already there. I mean, we already talked about it. Just gotta go back in your, things, brother.
I want to answer two questions in the chat here.
Chase shoes.
Oh. Slow down now. Slow down now. Yeah. One person in the chat, we were talking about the program updating. Cooley High says, who are the developers? Who are the programmers? Well, here's the thing. When we talk about these gatekeepers, I want you to understand that these are not the bad guys. These are not these villains that you have to conquer and defeat. That's what people are teaching, and that's wrong. It's wrong because it keeps you in a state of duality of us versus them. It keeps you out of integration. It keeps you out of unity. You got to understand that gatekeepers exist, and they're serving a positive purpose. When I do my consultations, I always talk about how there may be parts of you that don't work on the same agenda, seemingly. But if you can find out the good intention behind these opposing parts, you'll see that it's all you, right? If you have issues of procrastination, if you self-sabotage, et cetera, it's not that there's a bad guy stopping you. There's a part of you that is resisting change, and it has a good reason for doing it. But once you acknowledge that good reason, you can start to integrate and then bypass that blockage. Likewise, with these demiurge, with these archons, whatever, these are not evil vampires that are sucking your life force. These are parts of your subconscious mind that are built into every human being that keep you out of territory that you're not ready. When you become ready, then you pass them. So who are the programmers? Who are the developers? The developers are unconditioned consciousness. It's just how this game is structured. For you to go where you don't belong or where you're not ready for could mean your death, or it could mean that you could cause some type of imbalance. Same way that we have different skills and professions. You can be an electrician, but if you're not ready to handle the electricity, you can hurt yourself or someone else. So there's natural limits in place to keep you where you are until you're ready to go to the next step. Alicia M.
Or if you try to summon, or if you try to invoke the whole Clippers and the dragon of the void and then disintegrate yourself bit by bit through the planes because you don't know what you're doing. Yeah. Be mindful of what you're doing.
And there's a big risk of getting lost. And what we find is that there's a lot of people, what is it called? Somebody might know this particular cognitive bias. I mean, it is called the Dunning-Kruger effect, where a lot of people think they know, but they actually don't know. There's a scale where the less you know about a certain thing, the more you think you know about it, right? You might learn a couple things about chakras and believe that you mastered it, but that's only because you learned a few things that made sense, but you don't know the depths of it. And you'll easily see that there's a lot of people teaching on subjects that they don't have a depth of understanding on. It's extremely common. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's another reason why it's so important to stay humble and to always be open to learning more.
These things you're learning, they're like references for you to organize something in a way that you can start to understand, but you have to understand that you're going to use those things in order to have experiences with it and then understand it in depth. This is not necessarily the knowledge itself. This is like a reference guide for you to have something to reference as you go about getting those experiences. You've got to have the experience with something so that you can know it in depth and also perceive its nuances, its subtleties,
yes,
how it behaves, the things it does, the potential it has.
Yes.
And that's you coming into direct contact with the thing. It's more than just intellectual knowledge. It's actually something that you are observing in real time. It's an intelligence, and it's also energy behind that. It's an experience of realization.
Right.
That's so awesome.
Realization.
Yeah, because I'm like the most devil advocate person and everything. Because sometimes I also, same time as too, it's like how, like, you know, like how we deal with certain things too. It's like, I don't know how to express it. Like, we all like to deal with, I don't know. I'm just going to pause it out. It's very interesting that, like, how we all like to, like, feel through certain expressions, you know, like through certain paths, you know. There it goes. So, like, even when I was talking about, like, earlier, our ancestors have a belief. And I like, you know, when talking about ancestors, right? I have a belief in that, right? Saying that's my belief pattern, right? I ain't saying necessarily I agree with how DNA gets passed down, you know? Not necessarily through epigenetics, but through behavior. You heard me?
Yeah.
So, regardless to that, Jesus. I mean, let it alone epigenetics, you know? We're just talking about let alone behavior itself, how it gets brought down, and how it affects people, and how, like, you know, some people perceive self. Self is a core base of being, right? And the self has, you see, like everybody says, oh, I'm about to go deep on some fuckboy shit, ready? Everybody be like, oh, know thyself, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a good concept of self, what is that in itself, right? If you don't really know you, or like if you haven't, like you said, we always talk about, everybody I know this work does this, like in this channel, at least, you know what I mean? Try to at least understand it. Well, let's talk about everybody that's not on the channel or whoever else. I don't know, who cares, right? But even to go in the concept of like, damn, even working on it, find out who you are. That they understand self, and that is the best part. You know what I mean? Put oneself in the storyline, in the simulation of sin, of America, of the world, right? Is that the journey they put us all in?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna, because that's I find it very interesting. You know, we're all playing. What's that called? What's that game called? Life. You can wake up at 25 and you figure out who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. You know what I mean?
Yes. I mentioned there was 2 questions. I only answered one of them, but there's 2 more. The second question was from Nefrayu. He says, when we talked about the oath of the abyss and the conversation between you and the divine, my question is, what is this conversation about? Well, this conversation is about understanding what reality is, understanding who you are and what you are, right? Because stage 1 is ignorance. You don't know anything, right? The first step on the path, you enter into the oath of the abyss when you realize it's you and God. But that conversation is leading you to the third step, which is the goal, which is unity of both perspectives, which is understanding that there is no separation between you and your environment. There is no separation between you and God. It's all one thing. Now, it's just as hard to cross the barrier from the conversation between you and God to the conversation of I am that I am. It's just as hard to get there as it is from getting from ignorance to the oath of the abyss. It's a hard step. And you don't realize it until you get there. All the rituals we do, all the spirits we summon, all the practices we do are in an effort to get you to understand that you are one and the same as everything else. Because consider, like, if you do your rituals, you get all the stuff you want. You get your money, you get your love, you get your health. What now? Well, the question is, what am I doing this for? Why am I seeking things when they already exist within me? Well, if you can answer that question, if you can reconcile those differences, you start to get closer and closer to that understanding that all is one. Prince Cthulhu asks, could you say that the programmer is Prakriti as well? I would say that the program itself is Prakriti. And that's where we have Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha is unconditioned consciousness, the soul. Prakriti is life, matter, all of experience. So considering that, what you find is that between this conversation between Purusha and Prakriti, you don't exist. There is no you. There is soul and there is matter. You learn that, they are the same thing, just in different degrees. Just like hot and cold are the same water or the same thing, it's just temperature. It's not hot, it's not cold, it's temperature. There's a shift. There's no good and there's no evil. There's just life, there's experience. That's why I keep saying there are no enemies.
there might come a point where your awareness becomes so subtle that you're just that awareness. And in a state like that, where there is a rather silence or stillness in the mind, you are more aware of the things that you pay attention to, but you may have to actually put an emphasis and become more aware of the things that you're paying attention to. Like, okay, but what I'm trying to get at is that it's something I've been experiencing. There comes a point, or at least when I become really clear in my mind, become really lucid, my awareness, some sort of mental substance becomes so subtle that it can no longer afford to just operate on the mind that jumps from thought to thought, looking for a distraction after distraction. But at the same time, it forces me to develop this type of concentration where I have to really focus on something in order to even feel some sort of stability, because I feel the fluctuations of how that other mind may operate, and it doesn't really serve me. It doesn't really. I don't think it really it operates in the sense of identifying with a concept in society or a group of people, as in national heritage, family, or anything of the sort. It's more of you being aware of something and how you're going to frame the awareness and the understanding of what you're doing in that specific moment. And that can change from moment to moment depending on what you're doing, but you've got to focus on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what. So it's either that stillness and that silence in the mind, that or that jumping from thought to thought, or I purposely focusing on something, because if I don't focus on something, it goes on either ways. Like, it goes to that stillness and silence, and I'm just sitting there still, perhaps contemplating on some void or something. Or it's looking for something to pay attention to, like the jumping from thought to thought, but that doesn't help, and that then I force myself to actually pay attention to something, actually have a kind of framework and a purpose by which to operate. And it has to be like that, because otherwise things just either dissolve into formlessness, or it can get easy to just being carried out with distractions. So there's got to be there's got to be a certain kind of awareness and a certain kind of concentration, stamina, and will that goes into structuring what you're doing, placing yourself in a specific state with a certain kind of understanding, and then carrying out something. And then you have to remember it somehow. If you get out of that state, you're going to have to either bring yourself from the distractions you were carried out, or you will have to raise yourself again from formlessness. And that requires a certain kind of effort.
Yes.
So you are also making the stuff as you go. And if you have already gone beyond the point of the external world, I don't know, using that as a thing to save you or to give you direction or to anything like that, and all you really have is your internal self, you're going to have to come up with strategies and symbols in order to anchor stuff for yourself, because that's totally new. And I'm still getting used to the to that kind of mode of operation, because we can talk about a lot of things, but when your consciousness really begins to change and you have to learn to live by other ways, you have to take a deep breath and keep observing so that you can come to an understanding as to how to work with this thing in a positive way.
In a positive way that's useful and appropriate. Good conversation in the chat. Starlion asks or says, I just got into it with some knucklehead at the gym playing basketball. So what can you mean there are no enemies when we almost fought? Surely that can't be right. Cooley High says, Starlion, we fight with ourselves, like in the movie Fight Club. And then Starlion responds, I want to understand that, but I can't seem to wrap my mind around that idea in the occult. There are no enemies. I do agree, though, about how we fight ourselves, but haters are also real. Cooley High says, haters are real when you're on the frequency to be hated. The hater and the hated are the same. Starlion responds, nah, I disagree because I'm a peaceful man. Everyone respects me because I respect them. Today, this kid tried to fight me, LOL. Hater man, SMH. Prince Cthulhu says, Starlion, would you say those other people are your enemies? Or are they teaching you about the triggers that make you respond to them? Yeah, that is good. So, yeah, throughout life, you're going to experience people that you don't get along with. But here's what I'm saying. It is never, ever see, this is what I'm saying. The stage of ignorance versus the stage of being in the oath of the abyss, it's a vast difference, right? Because within the stage of ignorance, one of the key elements is you believe that you are separate from your environment. You believe that you're separate from reality. So everything you experience, you're going to take that as you against the world. Within the oath of the abyss, you realize there is no world. There is no other people. There's you and God. So every experience and every person is taken as a conversation, as a part of a conversation between you and God. So look, if I go out into the public and I experience someone who is giving me some type of resistance or opposition, yeah, sure, my emotions are going to feel like, oh, this person doesn't like me, so I don't like them. That's a natural human ego response. It's natural. So there's nothing wrong with that. You're not wrong for feeling that way. But like you said, coming from the occult, you've got to have an understanding that this person is only a representative of an energy that is present in your life, an energy that has to be dealt with. So if you experience someone like that giving you opposition, that's an aspect of self. There's an aspect of self that has to be dealt with. Because each and every person and event is a symbol of the energies present in your life. Never the person. Never the person. Because look, you'll never know me, and I'll never know you, right? Because even if we met in person and we became friends, you only experience one piece of me, one aspect of me, and I only experience one aspect or one piece of you. That's whatever you choose to show me. But in truth, you're a very complex person. I'm a complex person. There's stuff that I won't ever share with you, and there's things that you will never share with me, right? So to fill in the blanks, we project onto others. The people that we love, the people that we hate, these are all inner projections. There are no enemies, because each and every person and every relationship in your life is ultimately a projection. It's a projection. You need something, you're going to unconsciously project it on somebody else, even if that's a so-called enemy. So yeah, the physical experience might result in something that might be painful. But the truth is, it's never the person, but it's the energy behind the person. It's the same thing with sigils. It's the same thing with spirits. There are no enemies because you're only dealing with your inner experience. Let me know if that's clear. If not, let me know as well.
That makes me think. I've had a history of rebellion and confrontation on the familiar, cultural, and societal level. But that has led me to develop my will. That has led me to develop my personhood and my individuality. And to different levels, I have had to consider how it is that my individuality and the relative experience of, of a collective, or even the concept that everything is just, the all is one. Like they're giving me the energy through war and hardship to come into contact with and develop these aspects of myself. It has been painful, very painful, but not quite insightful.
Y'all all right?
All right.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
I appreciate
Come on,
everything
hell
y'all
yeah.
dropping tonight. I definitely needed it.
Oh Lord.
Hey, Trev. After the third W.E. Butler book, have you considered any other works by Manly P. Hall?
Yeah, I've actually got a few more that I haven't, that I was planning on reading, but they got lost in a good pile. Let me go grab them real quick.
Hi,
Greetings,
everybody.
Anna Molly.
Finally got the kids to bed.
Hey, Anna.
Been listening. It's been like awesome conversation tonight. Kind of comes back to like in a way like having discernment, because we could do like no matter what pattern you see or what school you pick up or what way you choose to interpret, you have to have discernment in the first place to even know that you're seeing something.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking that's also the thing AI doesn't have yet. It still has to ask us if the results are good or not, right?
Yeah.
So we
True.
can do everything that AI can do, but it can't do the discernment part yet. Yeah.
It's difficult to teach people discernment, let alone a program.
I know. Yeah, I got 2 little people I'm trying to teach that. They know what's good when it comes to food. You don't have to teach that to some people.
Okay, so food, we're dealing with taste. That's a different frequency than, say, life decisions. I think that AI does have a level of discernment. It just isn't as sophisticated enough to decide useful and appropriate.
Right. Okay. So it can tell if things are in focus or out of focus, right? But they can't tell if fingers look proper or not yet.
Right.
So it is a level. You're right. It is a.
I mean,
it's a level of
quickly.
discernment.
I was gonna send you. I was gonna send you earlier a couple of AI photos that I did, and that's the thing. Like in the beginning, it doesn't know a lot of these nuances, but as we continue, like you still have to give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down to let it know it's doing the right job. It's learning. So, yeah, we can say right now it doesn't have the discernment, but this is what do they call it? What do they call the AI that's learning?
Oh, I forgot.
There's a word for it.
Yeah. The one that they're programming with, that they're teaching.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I forgot the word for it too.
But the thing is, give it a few years and see how far this thing actually goes. Like, I'm not afraid of AI in any means, because I understand that it's not something it's not a threat. Like most people that resist it, they see it as a threat. Oh, this is gonna replace me. We need to stop it before we get to that point. But look at where that's coming from. That's coming from programming from movies.
Yeah, and originally from science fiction authors that inspired the movies. And they were working on incomplete assumptions of the human mind. Like,
right.
They thought, of primates, like they thought all primates were warlike. They didn't realize they were like, well, we're just going to put out a bunch of extra bananas so we can study them. And they threw off the whole equilibrium of their society and like made all of the primates more warlike than they would have been by their observations. So like all of our science fiction fears are based off of like misguided human fears from things we didn't understand like 200 years ago. Ooh. It's good stuff.
Big facts.
It's good.
Big facts.
It's a big
Based
game
off-
of telephone fear.
And we can even boil it down and say that's all fear. That's all fear. It's based on incomplete understanding. False evidence appearing real.
You know, and we were talking about Alora mentioned earlier, like anger and fear are really, they're kind of hard to work with and kind of hard to like turn to good ends. But I've actually been working with anger lately. It's really hard, but anger is actually, and fear are both forms of love that we don't understand. Because if you think about like what makes me angry, well, if somebody is going to harm my child or harm me, that is my love for myself transferring into defense, transferring into that anger. And then I don't feel so guilty about being angry because, like, you know, like even like a wild goose, like having an enemy, like I've had an enemy and it was a goose. It tried to peck my child, but that was just my love of my child translating into this anger that I, like, you know, now I'm like, it's just a wild animal. It doesn't know what it's doing, you know, no harm. But for a while there, I was like, why am I so angry at this animal? But it's love misunderstood, really.
Projection.
And it could be a type of projection too.
I've worked with fear in a different way, where I had to clear some stuff. I sort of picked up from childhood and whatnot, but anger has been one big of an emotion for me, and I must say that I do respect my anger because it's like embodying the Martian aspect, the Martian energy, and it not only has helped me deal with stuff in my life, protecting and defending myself, but it has also led me to understand myself better and understand what my standards were, what my values were, and what I really wanted in my life, which of course has come along the journey of developing my personhood and my individuality, my will, in the polar opposite of what I saw within culture, family, and society. So even understanding that is in that kind of polarity has helped me use that in a positive way. And and polarity has been a thing that I became aware also of recently. And I must say, the deed is done. I was able to break away from that polarity with my autonomy and my individuality and make another sort of polarity by using the knowledge from this guy, the Art of War. I don't now remember the whole title, but there is a strategy about polarity, and he gave the image of the Earth. So that's it. If you don't have an enemy or any opposing force of something, you use the Earth at your feet and you root into it. What happens is that also gave me a clear, tangible perception of what my son needed to learn in order to fulfill itself, which is something that I had always been asking, because I kept being constantly in the realm of ideas or ideals and beliefs and whatnot. So I realized that there was a mental sphere to this, and there was something that could ground me right in the present and bring me to my sober senses. So I was able to break away from this constant word that was rousing my emotions and anger, which was relative to people. And I was able then to take the focus away from that kind of polarity and place the polarity with me being my own autonomous being, standing on my feet, firmly planted on the ground. That gave me some peace.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you mentioned the earth and feet planted on the ground, because I was just doing both like work with like inner anger and thinking of it like lightning, and a lightning bolt actually comes up from the earth. Like the negative charge is created in the clouds, and then the energy comes up from the earth. And so I was thinking of the anger is actually the kind of like a release of that sort too. And it is kind of like a polarity, like you're saying. And it can make things clear without there really being a dark side to it. For me, almost my whole life, it was like, oh, anger is the worst thing. There's nothing useful about anger. I can't touch anger. I'm not an angry person. And I come out, I like find out I've been so fucking angry for so long. I had so much anger that I didn't know was there, and to deal with it, I feel like is releasing all those lightning bolts, like that actual like, or like a weapon type of energy, like a Mars type of energy, or just that weapon type of energy. But it is coming from being rooted too, because if it's not rooted, then you're just fucked.
On a side note, it's funny that you're knitting. Lasange, crochet. Oh, excuse me. Lasange, did you get the knitting pack for your Sims?
They have that? No, I haven't.
I recently got the knitting pack, but none of my Sims really want to knit. I got it only because with every expansion you get a new, well, not with every expansion, but with some expansions you get different music styles. With the knitting, it comes with metal for the radio. So like I wanted to get some rock music. It's cool about the Sims because like they have radio stations with different genres of music, and since they speak their own language, you'll hear music, but it's in like sim language.
That's funny.
There's even like actual songs, but it's like in sim language. Like I remember hearing Nelly, I think it's Hot in Here or something like that, but it's in sim language, but they've got like metal songs. If you get, because when you knit, you also get a rocking chair, so like you can rock while you knit, and you can listen to rock music.
Dude,
like metal.
It's a mood though, because then you're it's just a bunch of stabbing. With knitting needles, you have two. I only have one stabber.
It's a bunch of stabbing.
But with knitting needles, you're stabbing into holes, and you're pulling up string, and that's all you're doing, and you make a whole fabric. I meant hat earlier. But the thing about crochet, machines can knit, but only humans can crochet so far.
Ooh.
There's just string. Isn't that crazy?
Nice.
It's from
Awesome.
stabbing. Just from to stab it, scoop out the guts, and then twirl it around, and you stab it again. It's great. It's really repetitive too. I actually, when I first started making these, I just do it to keep myself from having anxious tics. I'm just doing the same thing over and over again, and I would do like little mantras or spell type things as I'm doing it. I have to do a pattern anyway, or I would put certain numbers into the pattern because I make my own patterns. So I do like these magic things, and then I give them away to my friends because I make way too many. And then I had people come back to me and be like, oh, this feels like wearing a helmet. This feels like having a hug on or something. It feels like having protection on. It's my favorite hat. Now I never take it off. And I'm just like, I didn't tell them about my weird little ritual things I was doing to them, but somehow, I don't know, it wears off, I think. Anything can be a ritual.
Right.
Do a certain number of beads, or if you're drawing, you can do a certain number of lines. It could be any picture you want, and you could just do, a pattern of numbers, and it means something to you. It's literally anything. My son makes weird stuff in Minecraft. He's doing like weird voodoo stuff in Minecraft. He wants to be a living voodoo doll for Halloween. I'm like,
Voodoo stuff.
You could teach him about sympathetic magic right there.
I know. Yeah, it's like, okay, be mindful about what you're doing, but how do you teach him discernment? Yeah, like he really likes to fool people, and he keeps trying to get away with stuff, and it's like that's not the way. But then he used his discernment. He's doing, what is it? He's the DM for a bunch of games or something. So he's making up stories, but they're acceptable. Like, instead of just lying and trying to make up multiple backstories to your life that your friends know aren't real.
Yeah.
use it on games. Hard to teach though.
There's something to be said about being a storyteller and having the natural gift to tell stories. And I think one of our lessons is learning to separate actual reality from fabricated reality. Because we can easily blend them, but not so seamlessly until we learn how.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of the thing too, is once you get better tools, you can make better tools to make better tools to make better tools. So you can always end up with a better product.
Mm-hmm.
Or like once you get up to a mountain, you could see a higher mountain because you were in the clouds before, and you get to the top of that mountain, you can see a higher mountain because now you just got a better view.
We got to think, like, to be a great author or a producer, writer, screenwriter, you've got to have storytelling skills that are more than just book knowledge. Like, you've got to be able to create a world if you want to have renowned success, or at least stand out from the bullshit. There's got to be something about you that, yeah,
you can't do it like anybody else can do. You can't just do another Lord of the Rings.
Right. Because like we said earlier with the simulation, once something great like that has been done, the door is closed. Like, it's almost as if life is providing opportunities for greatness, and then when one person as a seed sprouts into a garden of greatness, that's sealed off. Not because, oh, you can't do it anymore, but because, thank you, you have expressed the ultimate expression of that seed. Now let's go express the other seeds. So I can't be another Soldier Boy, right? You can't be another Dion Fortune. You can't be another whatever, because those seeds have flourished into their own flower. You've got to find what flower your seed is supposed to be. That's why it's such a crime to just model yourself in your life after someone else's vision.
Oh man.
Yes.
And yet many people are walking around doing things like that, living their life based upon somebody else's story, and some are where some aren't. But that's their role to play, I guess, at this point in time.
It's their role to play. I mean, there's billions of people here, and everybody is not supposed to be the main character. I mean, we're all main characters in our lives, but some people are here to do... Everyone is here to do what they do.
That gives some perspective, because I know what I'm doing. I'm recording movements of consciousness.
Displaying those movements.
Displaying those movements, yeah.
When I was trying to be something, I didn't know who I was or what I had to offer. I just knew what other people liked, and then I sought to fit into those roles. So I'm willing to wager that most people who only copy and repeat what is already existing don't know what they have to offer. Framestar Films in the chat says, find a dancing partner for your emotions as means to balance or transmute in alignment with the mental state that best harmonizes you. Gamify emotional interplay. Framestar, miss you in the chat, man. You got the same Zoom link. Feel free to join whenever you have the space.
Sometimes the thing with this is that, okay, you're doing what you're doing, but you can find even just a tiny bit of information, but if you place your attention on it, it can expand to such a great level. But at the same time, it happens in the consciousness, and it's so simple sometimes that you think that you're doing nothing. And if you think that you're doing nothing with it, how are you going to do something with it and present it in any sort of way that perhaps can be shared to give some perspective to some other people? It's not really a complex thing. Things simplify themselves, and sometimes they seem so obvious that you may not necessarily be instantly aware of the value that they have, or how they can impact your surroundings or other people's lives. I used to get really anxious about a subject like purpose, because I was trying to grasp things on a universal cosmic level, and then I had to bring it down. Watching ATL Swan video, I had to bring it down to focusing first on what was important to me, to make it personal first, and then let that unfold into whatever it will. Perhaps in that way will unfold some sort of cosmic knowledge into how that fits into everything else. But the thing that I didn't get before is that what there was potential. You being aware of that potential now have the opportunity to take it and to develop it and to express it. It's not, at least in my experience, it's not like something you just know, or people from very depth of your soul and bones, like you've got to do this. This is the thing you've got to do. This is why you were born. This is that. What I've seen is potential and the opportunity to take that potential and turn it into something. What I've seen is inspiration. Being able to be aware and to recognize something and what it can be, what you can do with it. Like an opportunity for it's a choice rather than a compulsion. And you can see many things, you can have a lot of revelations, but at the end of the day, if you don't just take action on whatever you see, those things are going to just pass. They're going to just return to formlessness. And you're going to continue living, doing whatever.
Yup. Someone said to me once, like, you can start today or start tomorrow or start in 5 years, but time is going to pass anyway. And it freaked me out. And I was like, okay, today then. Because that's so true. Like, and I think I'd been complaining about, like, oh, it's been like 3 years since I did something. This was like back in high school. It's been like 3 years since we got out of high school and I haven't done anything. And they were like, well, you can keep bitching, or you can, you know, end up somewhere else in 3 years. Well, like, yes, yeah, can't argue. You either manifest it or it just disappears into formlessness. No matter how good of an idea it is, no matter how much you study, no matter how much you researched it, like you either do something or you don't do something at the end of the day.
It's a choice itself.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Is
not
it-
feeling compelled, right? Because if you felt like you had to do something every single day and you only did it because you felt compelled, then you're not really doing it for free choice either.
Exactly.
I'm all twisted up.
I think the idea of compulsion came from perhaps picking up on somebody else's ideas, or something that was going around regarding some kind of fate or predestined purpose, that you just knew this, and because you knew this, you were going to automatically fit into whatever circle you were in. And no, that was not the case. At least for me, that was not the case, because I've broken every rule that society or culture tried to get me to adhere to. I had to fight my own way to develop my own individuality. I've felt like I've been on the fringes of society. I have gone to the edges of consciousness, and walked places where I didn't even have a map for. I just walked through the unknown. And all I saw then was not a compulsion, it was not fate, it was opportunity, it was choice, it was awareness, it was recognition of what you could do with certain things, and it was you deciding what to do in that given moment, whether you were going to take it or whether you were going to live it and move on. It was not some deeply rooted desire. No, it was inspiration. It was something that you became aware of, saw the opportunity of, and if you decided to go that way, then it goes that way. But if not, then life keeps moving on in whatever way you decide to go. And that was liberating, but also very daunting, because now you are in control of yourself. Now you have to play the part of directing yourself in the direction that you wanted to go. No one was pushing you around. Now you had to make your own choices. And if you haven't really thought that far, besides just fighting to death perhaps with the things that you consider to be opposite to you, the people opposite to you, being constantly in that back and forth, well, it's now time to delve deeper and to envision farther than that, and take yourself in a direction that's going to be useful and appropriate to you to the best of your advantage.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Peace, Andy.
Hey, peace. Great conversation you've all been having in the chat as well, and I think earlier on in the conversation there was, a big sense of gratitude, and obviously from yourself, Travis, and thanking everybody for being a part of it and contributing to the community. And it's them types of, you can bottle that emotion, you can use that emotion, you can put it in your back pocket and keep it for a rainy day, so to speak. And when we all have them rainy days, and I know you had some recently yourself, Travis, and you were kind enough to share that you were going through hard times. And I think that's also inspiring to know that, you know, maybe people within the community have been doing this type of work a lot longer than others, still face challenges. But the fact that you have been doing the work, the fact that, you know, we're lucky enough to be on that evolutionary track where this knowledge is privy to us and we're able to work with it. When you do find yourself on them rainy days, you can draw on it, because I mean, without that knowledge, you kind of find yourself lost in a world of pain and not knowing how to kind of dig your way out of it. But with the tools that we have, gratitude being one of them, you know, there is always a bright side. You can make the sun shine. You know, you can expose so-called darkness with light. You know, when I say darkness, I'm referring to, you know, challenges or whatever situations we might find with difficult relationships, or just things go wrong, or we injure ourselves and that brings us down. But, you know, if there's that inner self-belief and the tools that we have as magicians, then you can transmute things. Okay, pain is pain, and that it's hard to deal with on many levels. But if you have that belief in yourself and in that oneness and nonness, you pull through. And yeah, so, you know, don't ever give up on yourself, because you are it. You know, you are it. No one else can make it happen for you, and if they do, then there's something missing from you. If you need other people to achieve what you're able to achieve through self-motivation and determination. And yeah, nice to be here again. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah, nice to have you.
I've been doing a bit of magic lately.
You don't say.
Yeah, just I guess it's a bit tangential, but maybe people are interested to hear about it. I've been thinking about magic as kind of time travel, if you will, or thinking about past, present, and future. And although we can step outside of them things, I've been kind of theorizing about how to collapse that kind of notion of past, present, and future in a kind of sympathetic way. You know, the sympathetic magic has been also a big topic of today's conversation, whether people realize it or not. And I thought about, you know, either, you know, you take a calendar or you take a diary, and, you know, get that calendar, say, in the middle of the year, or diary in the middle of the year. And you know, it's based on this form of, I guess people call it scripting to some extent. You can, you know, write the past, you know, in a kind of fictitious way, if you will. Write the present as it is, and write the future as you want it to be. And but in a way, and that's one way of doing it. So by the time you catch up to, say, December 13th, if I'm writing in the diary now what's going to happen on December 13th, with all kinds of wonderful opportunities that I want to, you know, be presented with, you know, you're planting them seeds, you're planting seeds, you're creating then neurological pathways to receive them opportunities. They might not turn out the way exactly you plan them, but for sure you're asking for something and you're forgetting about it until you arrive there. And then you know, another way to look at the same type of scripting exercise is to actually take a diary, because we can, you know, predict, just as we can kind of predict, or we can look back on what calendars, what days were falling on what dates 10 years ago, 20 years ago, a century ago. Then we can also do that looking forward into time as well. And you can, right from the future, you can reverse engineer your understanding of the future to bring it into your present through a document like a diary. And so that's another element I've been kind of looking into. Then I've also been looking at a calendar, because in the interestingly enough, because I'm based out in the Middle East at the moment, the Arabic language is actually, some letters represent the moon, and half the letters in the alphabet represent the moon, and half the letters in the alphabet represent the sun. And on that kind of thinking about that notion, I thought, well, actually, if you look at a calendar for any month of the year, you know, there's a moon cycle within any month, yeah? And obviously, the planets are doing different things throughout that time scale as well. And you could almost use a calendar, you know, where you've got like basically a page of squares, and each square determines day 1, day 2, day 3, etc. You could use that calendar page like a magical square based on the time of year and the planetary positions and moon phases that we're in, and draw sigils out using the calendar page as a magical square. So that's what I've been toying about with.
So you're saying using a form of narrative magic or scripting, as you said earlier, using that in conjunction with the actual calendar, right? Because, I mean, we could even say the Gregorian calendar that we follow is lunar and solar. Like, we got the summer months, we've got the winter months, etc.
So yeah, because, you know, if then obviously the seasons are obviously elemental as well. So, you know, you could be forecasting stuff for next summer and sigilizing that forecast, because if there's for every day of the week that you have made a diary kind of forecast, and then so on say, you know, July the 1st, okay, I'm going to be met with a great opportunity regarding my business. Day 5, I'm going to meet a key figure that's going to help facilitate this particular opportunity or whatever, and build and build and build. And then, you know, you draw from day 1 to day 5 to day 17, blah, 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 and create your sigil. And then I mean, that's one way of, you know, going into it. And then you have that sigil to where, yeah, you know, wish
like
on
having
it.
a magic square.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
That's really crazy that you're just talking about that with the magic square, because I also I was watching this thing about I think it's like ancient Hindu goddesses or priestesses or something, and they used to be in a magic circle, and then it later got changed to a magic square when the calendar got changed to a magic square. But they used to represent the calendar as a circle, like the astrological circle. So if you did a sigil, if you could draw a sigil, you know, here's Aries and Leo, whatever, those are you could do the same thing in a circle. You could do a magic circle and just represent the months where they are on the wheel of the year. But yeah, I was just watching a documentary on that, and they were for the longest time they were a circle, and then all of a sudden they switched up to squares, and magic squares were a big thing. And I wonder if it had something to do with the calendar. Now that you say that.
Well, yeah, because I would assume so, because these things are being initiated at particular times when it's prosperous in the skies, based on where the planets and the celestial bodies are. In a lot of cases, yeah, certainly that's where stuff like the Picatrix comes from, and other kind of ancient texts of that nature that deal with astrological magic. And again, it's sympathetic. You're kind of using correspondences to key into, to communicate with a particular type of energy, or bring forth a particular type of energy that benefits what you're trying to achieve or what you're trying to change. But it's good fun anyway, it's good. I like to keep it creative, and I think some, myself, who is kind of has a creative career, if you will, and I use the tools that I'm already used to using in magic. You know what I mean? So whether it's writing or using a camera or doodling or whatever it may be, But I think there's a lot of talk about gameplay as well, and using Xbox or PlayStation. I mean, I haven't used PlayStation for a long time, but I'd love to have one again, because I'd have a totally different perspective on how I played that game and how I interpreted them games, because you could create so many, you could imbue so much magical significance into what you're doing and where you're going in that game. It's like, I remember, I think Travis was talking to Django a while ago about particular, I don't know whether it was Fortnite or whether it was Grand Theft Auto, and Travis was on a mission whereby Django was just cruising around in the outlands somewhere, and I thought, cool, man, you know what I mean? Make the game your own, write your own narrative,
Oh man, I remember that. It was Fortnite. Me and my partner that I play with, we both got dropped immediately, and Shango is just cruising around, and he's like Shango talks, he's just talking to us, cruising around. I'm like, come pick us up. Hey. Yeah. Make it your own.
But I mean, taking it back to when I first jumped on, what good is magic if you can't integrate it into your, everyday life and relationships? And I think that's the hardest part about it, because you're constantly getting triggered. It's one thing to do a ritual at home and meditate and all that, and but then to be able to take them lessons and that gnosis out into the real world, so to speak, and interact with people who aren't magicians. That's the challenge, I think. But I think the use of NLP and being able to be relatable with people, whether you'd normally be able to relate to them or not, and be able to, that's that idea of being able to let your ego drop and let your kind of, sometimes your arrogance drop, or your self-centeredness, and just walk a mile in other people's shoes, and try to relate. And sometimes when it works, you'll find that someone that was maybe irritating in one moment, you end up warming to them, and you find common ground, and you can move forward without friction. for some time. It might not last a long time, but it'll last enough to get you through the situation you need to get through together without being frustrated or agitated and, you know, putting yourself at dis-ease, you know.
Yeah. I remember being very self-centered, right? Because I needed validation and I needed recognition. I needed to tell people how great I was so that hopefully they would tell me how great I was, right? I needed that to survive. But after studying NLP and learning how to communicate with people effectively, I learned how to take that and transform it, right? So what I learned was that going into public amongst other people, they don't know who I am and they don't care. So for me sitting here trying to tell my story and tell the awesome things I did, it'll make me feel good in the moment. But typically these people aren't listening to that and they don't care about that. That goes for all of us, y'all. Like, you can't just go out here and tell people and brag about how awesome you are and expect them to treat you in the way that you hope that you're going to be treated. Most people aren't going to respond that way. And it's not a flaw in humanity. That's not a bad thing. That's just the way it is. If somebody came up to you and all they talked about was how awesome they were, you're not trying to hear that. You're waiting for your turn to speak. So I learned how to shift that. And studying NLP, studying marketing. Shout out to Russell Brunson. I love that guy. He's my hero. But what he said was, you take your personal stories and instead of using them as a way to talk about how awesome you are, you transform them into teaching tools. You tell a story that's relevant to the message that you're trying to convey. And you tailor it in such a way that it's relevant to the person listening, right? I opened up this whole conversation about video games and perks. Like, I didn't just sit here talking about how great I am at Fortnite. I tried to illustrate how a lot of us, right? Not everybody, a lot of us play video games, and there's a certain feature that has where you can activate these perks that make your gameplay better. Well, that applies to all of us when we're dealing with magic, because when we're working with these spirits, when we're doing certain techniques, we're doing the similar thing. We're activating certain perks in our lives to help us to get certain benefits, right? So I asked earlier, who out here is a content creator? Who's doing this, that, and the third? Well, one thing that helps is, on one hand, yes, you can talk about how awesome you are. But on the other hand, if you want people to really connect with you, try to take those stories of how awesome you are and make them relevant to the people that's listening.
Share an epiphany moment that was very emotional, right? So they can relate to you.
Right.
I think that's called an epiphany bridge, isn't it?
There we go. As opposed to the technobabble, it's so much more awesome to show how I went from point A to point B, like to take you along that journey, because all of us are going through these. Another thing about NLP, what I've learned is that there's only so many human experiences. There's not like a bunch. There's only like a little bit of human experiences that we all go through. So if I walk you through my journey of how, my band wanted to get together and perform after 19, 20 years, I'm feeling anxiety. I'm feeling nervous. I don't want to do this. I don't know if I can still scream. I don't know if I can still play the keys and sing at the same time. I didn't want to do it. But then when I got in the presence of my bandmates, the memory unlocked, because memory is state dependent. When I got together with my people, it all just came back in a rush of emotion, and suddenly I felt confident. That's not simply me talking about, I still got it, I can still do it. No, that's for any of us going through something where we feel like we're not good enough, to where we feel like we used to be able to do it, but maybe now we can't. Nah, get yourself back in that state. Get back in that room. Get back into what you used to do when you were doing it before, and you'll find that stuff starts coming back to you. You don't forget how to ride a bicycle. Ever.
That was a really good short hero's journey epiphany bridge right there.
Listen, stop pointing out, you and Alora, stop pointing out what I'm doing. Let me do it. Don't point it out. But no, awesome.
I think something too, like you kind of have to take the journey and take people on the journey with you, because otherwise you don't experience the emotion, right? Because we could
Right.
book it out, we could understand the book read of it, of what you're doing all day long, but if you don't actually feel it or have that experience to relate to where you felt it before, it's never going to work. So I think that's why we keep coming up with the same stories, we keep telling the same stories, the same movies, we keep, having the same life experiences over and over again, because, it doesn't matter how much you tell a person about a rose, you have to put it in front of their face and say, like, smell this. And then they have that experience,
Yeah.
You could have the chemical analysis of it all you want, but unless you synthesize those chemicals in the lab and then smell it, you don't understand.
Smell this.
Yeah, what if we're only incarnating just to have, like, just the smell roses? Like, what if it's just that one thing? Like, it's just built up this mythology, and so everybody's like, no, you got to go to Earth and just, like, smell the roses. But it's like, I don't know, maybe it's this big joke or something. Like, oh yeah, he hasn't gone to smell the roses yet. Yeah, go down there. Go do the Earth thing. Go smell the roses.
I mean, that's what the yoga texts say. Sometimes we reincarnate because we're still holding on to what we didn't get to do last time.
But
what if you never got to do it? Like, what if you're out there in the spirit world and you've never been incarnated, and someone's like, yeah, bro, you got to go do it. Like, no, trust me, go do it.
That's interesting, because what is the smell of roses? How do you describe the smell of roses? Is it kind of, you can't say rose scented,
Yeah.
Can't say flowery. Yeah.
Is it sweet? Is it sour? What is it? It's cool to think about the actual interface with your senses, and what is actually going in there, what's actually going on, what's the chemical reactions that are taking place in order for you to, I don't know,
Smooth pleasantness.
Sorry, go on. Go ahead.
Yeah, the smell of roses, I was trying to remember it without saying the smell of a rose. And it's a quality of something smooth and soothing, not necessarily cool, but there's a certain kind of coolness to it, perhaps. It's a blended thing of a smoothness, something soothing.
I'd say it's undeniably
I don't know why I'm
sweet.
seeing the color gray
with-
right now, or perhaps perhaps I'm trying to feel the essence of space.
And I think, sorry to interrupt, but I think as well, when concepts like that or thinking about stuff like that are really good cues for meditation, just meditating on what that actually is, to smell, to touch, to taste, to hear. And that is a really kind of, how do I say, it's very relatable to gratitude. It's like a gratitude meditation of actually meditating on the experience of something that we could take for granted, for the most part, the smell of freshly cut grass, or, the sound of the wind in the trees, or whatever it is, and just hold that as your point of focus and see how beautiful a meditation that becomes, how calming it is.
So listen to what we're getting at here. Like, when you talk about the scent of a rose, right? See, I can describe it in other labels. For me, the whole time, the best thing I can come up was like this papery smell, right? But that's me, right? Everyone has these labels that they're gonna say a rose smells like. But then you have another level, which is what Lasange just talked about. And she talked about not the label of what it smells like, not other things. She talked about the effect that it has on her. No, that was Richard, right? And Lasange. So you can go from talking about other labels. What's a rose smell like? Well, it smells like this other thing, right? A rose scent. Or you can talk about the effect that it has on you. But then there's a third level, which is the essence of it. And the essence of it is very hard to articulate. It's very difficult to put into a label because the labels are limiting. Richard said that it smells sweet. Well, I wouldn't say that it smells sweet. These are labels that are attached to other labels. This is how the mind works. And this is why the mind itself is the barrier to really witnessing unconditioned consciousness. When I say unconditioned consciousness, those conditions are the labels. Sweet. It smells very soothing. These are labels, right? Now we're still getting a piece of the consciousness, but it's still conditioned. With meditation, like what Andrew was saying, when you meditate on the concept of a scent of the rose or a taste of the chocolate, you're getting into the essence of the thing that cannot be adequately described in labels.
However, it displays itself in consciousness as a form of knowing awareness. So you know the thing without necessarily being able to articulate the whole of it with words.
We could say, or we could ask the question, what does an orgasm feel like? You're not going to come up with adequate labels or words to really convey that. What does it feel like when you see your firstborn child for the first time? What does it feel like to learn that you have won the award that you've been working for years? What does it feel like to invest everything you have into something and lose it all in one day? What does it feel like to realize that stuff you've been stressing about and having anxiety over isn't really important whatsoever? I can say it's a sense of relief, but what kind of relief? What's that even feel like? What's in a name?
Freshness. A certain kind of freshness.
That's a label that can describe it, yes. When you start dealing in this territory, beyond the words and beyond the labels, we're getting closer to that psychic territory. When we talk about mind reading and telepathy and being able to connect with people across distances, you're going past labels and terms and you're starting to get to the essence of that thing. That's why I mentioned in a few live streams ago, you can study all day and do all this magic, but what should be happening is you start to cultivate a sense of sensitivity about yourself.
I think, we've spoke about this for years in terms of Kabbalistically speaking, and it was, I guess, a good way to look at it is, the Pink Floyd cover for Dark Side of the Moon with the pure light hitting the triangle and then it coming out in the spectrum of colors type of thing, and that's pretty much what's happening on the tree of life from Heather as it refracts through the supernal triangle into the planets below, into the colors below, and then but each of them colors have all these different essences, including the rose and how it smells, and the sun and how it feels, and It's and then to think about it, because if you think about it in terms of color theory, then there is no color. It's just reflected through the lens of our eyes, and it's our mind that creates the color. It's just light. It's just all light.
So we can say that, just using as an analogy that Pink Floyd album cover, and this is staring at me, and I'm getting the same message here. You got his hand pointing up to Kether, and the other hand pointing down to Malkuth. We can see that as the light coming down into the prism, which is the Magus himself, which we could also say is the prism, right? Light coming into it and being refracted into these other elements down here. So we talked earlier about this filter, and pure unconditioned consciousness comes through this filter, and through that filter is what you perceive. How do you purify your filter? How do you make sure your filter is neutral enough so that you can get a message that's closer to the original light as possible? How do you do that? How do you know that you're making progress?
It's unification, isn't it? It's balance. It's that striving for balance. So, all the two pillars come together in the middle, and that light is just like a pure stream. But hey, I've yet to get there. I have moments.
Right. We all do. It's a daily practice, and every now and then, out of nowhere, seemingly, we'll get this burst of clarity, and that's great. Even just that moment is great.
Listen, I know it's been short and sweet, but I got to run. I got to go and make friends with Friday, and nice to be here, everybody, and hope to catch up again soon. Thank you for the invite.
Great to see you.
Have you?
Peace.
Great to see you, Andrew. Have a great Friday.
Oh. I love it. Right now, my characters are only able, the ones that I can get at least, are only able to knit beanies. What are you crocheting?
I don't know. I was watching some videos on hyperbolic crochet earlier, which is where like my math nerdiness and my craft nerdiness interact. This is a hyperbolic plane that I'm gonna make into a scarf. And it might be a non-Euclidean solid at this point. It might be. I twisted it like a Mobius strip.
Yeah.
So it only actually has one side. If you follow all the way around, it will actually, you'll end up, going through the whole thing, which trips me out. And it's all made of one piece of string so far. So I like to do this, and my brain, it's very compatible with this kind of discussion and this kind of thinking. It's very strange because you can make shapes that are like more than three-dimensional out of just this like kind of like two-dimensional thing. I don't know.
Shit, almost like a one-dimensional thing. Isn't a straight line one-dimensional?
Well, yeah, it's like if you count the thickness, and if you look at the actual, I was taking this yarn apart earlier, when you come down to the fibers, it's really nothing. The twist holds it together. I posted that video on the charka, the spinning wheel, where the word chakra comes from. This is literally just fibers, and the twist is the only thing holding this together. And it's so strong, I can't break it. But it's literally just, if you twist it, like the context of the twist makes this strong. I don't know.
That'd be an excellent metaphor for, you know, the structure of reality, how it's built on really nothing. But the fact that that nothing comes into relationship with itself, it's so much more stronger than it would be alone.
And all it's doing is twisting back in on itself. And that's where chakras come from. The charka is a spinning wheel that takes this and does that for you. Because otherwise you'd just be sitting here. You couldn't even do a good enough job spinning with your fingers. You have to have these wheels that help you do the spin.
Damn, so that adds so much more depth to it, because I've heard, maybe others have heard, that, you know, chakra comes from this word that means spinning wheel, right? But we don't really look at the context of the times. That's really one thing we got to take into consideration with this ancient stuff, the context of the times. So it's, from what you're saying, I haven't seen the video, but it's more than just a spinning wheel. It's the wheel that makes the thread into a string.
It's a literal spinning wheel. Yeah, like spinning thread. Like in America, we have the big wheel with the thing, you know, like Sleeping Beauty, pricks her finger. But in India, it's this double wheel system. It's really cool. And even before we were building shelters, humans were making needles and thread. And it's just twists of fiber and hair. Like you can make animal hair, you can use your own hair. This is cotton. It's just it. And I was researching the spinning wheel of the charka. And yeah, it trips me out. Because this is just so weak by itself. It's just literally nothing. It's just fluff.
Have you ever? There's so much that I'm trying not to unleash a fire hose here about. Have you ever looked into, in the realm of natural magic? Okay, there's when you combine certain aspects of imitative and sympathetic magic with natural magic, you can come up with something that's called not magic. Okay, and what you're talking about, as it relates to not magic, there's key pieces of information that you're talking about. If you were to, for example, wanted to have an effect on if you were to create an effigy of somebody and you wanted to create an effect on them, there's certain things that you're talking about that are taught in that particular practice. And that's all I'm gonna say right now, because I don't want to talk about some of the darker uses of that. But if something that's called the death knot, as well as the witch's ladder, right? Both of those things that you're talking about right there that are very, very interesting. And I was just curious if perhaps either of those things that I mentioned, or not magic in particular, have crossed your mind when you're engaging in those beautiful crafts that you're making.
I've researched it a little bit, but I always like to go as far back in the history as I can. And, you know, grandmother spider taught us weaving. So that, in researching the spider a long time ago, I go more that direction and get into the ancient stuff. But knots, and I just held up the Celtic knotwork book. We've got knotwork from all over. We got in South America, they had a system of record keeping that was all knots, and it was based on like how thick was the yarn, what color was the yarn, which way was it spun. You know, there's two different directions you can spin it, and you spin it one way to get one thing, and you spin it another direction. There's so much, and it's one of the most ancient parts of us being human.
Mm-hmm.
So it all connects back together. Like you have to have baskets before you can be gathering, and you have to be taking something and coiling it around itself to make a basket. It's the most ancient tool that we have. It's just like this gathering up. I don't know.
Damn.
Yeah, and you can see how like a spider, watching a spider do that and saying like it's taking nothing, like it's taking a string, but it's making something and it catches flies. And being inspired by that.
Highly organized system that comes in that web.
Yeah, and it's no wonder that like animal worship or like animal deities or some of the original carvings and stuff are animals, because you just have to look around and be like, what are they doing? Birds gathering up stuff, birds gathering other people's fibers and stealing other fibers from other animals and making a nest. And then we're like, oh, you can take fibers from other animals? Okay, woolly sheep, woolly proto sheep. We'll steal your hair.
You just gave me a vision of time travel and record keeping. Like, I was thinking of, before fashion, like primitive early people creating baskets and stuff to collect berries. They probably made some badass bags and satchels and stuff that would probably be like super hot today. But like there was no concept of that back then. So they probably had
there
like
was
these...
though, dude. No, when you look into like archaeology, sorry, like there's so many cool basket styles and people have different like techniques, and you can tell when a culture interacted and one culture thought it was really badass because they start copying it like almost immediately, and you can tell when they both thought it was kind of badass, so they just kind of intermix their styles. It is so cool.
Battle of the baskets.
Battle of the baskets.
Yeah,
that's what we do. That's what we do as human beings.
Yeah, we used to not think it was important to like, oh, this is just some old basket debris. Let's just look for bones and armor and weapons. But actually, we started to like, hey, no, don't throw away that cloth. That's really important, actually. So our archaeology has gotten better. Like the stuff that was written about 100 years ago, we weren't even taking as good of notes as we do in the pyramids and stuff. We go back now, and the research that you get now is far more detailed than what they had available 100 years ago. And our translations too.
We've learned more about the human brain in the last 20 years than we have in the last 200 years, right?
Yeah.
I can only imagine bringing it back to look at how quickly and rapidly AI improves just from like in the last year. Right, what people have done with ChatGPT in the last like 6 to 8 months.
It has weaved itself into everything now.
Yes.
Weaved, right?
Yeah.
Woven, yes.
So I'm thinking about
the fabric of reality, right? So
we weaved itself through the fabric of reality.
That made me think about
the
really String of Weird and Norse mythology with the Norns. I have to go and research that again and go then to Greek mythology and find the three fates again.
Yeah.
And weren't they the children of some titans?
When you look at the beginning of the Greek myths, it appears that some of them were older and that it's possible that they just couldn't get rid of the older deities, so they had to give them a place. So there's retellings. The Greeks actually retold their stories a lot, but the oldest version of the stories, they just were like there already with their job of like measuring out the string and cutting the string. And I think it points to like there was probably female-led worship. There was all female deities, and then there was a revolution to where they were like, no, we're going to do male deities now, but they couldn't quite get rid of the fates. So they're old. The reason they're old, decrepit women that control everything is because they were like still too strong, where they couldn't completely eradicate them, and they kind of had to like, okay, what was the goddess that springs fully formed from Zeus's forehead? They said that she probably sprang fully formed because she was a fully fledged goddess before, and she doesn't have a birth in Greek mythology because she was there before the Greeks showed up, and so they had to like say, oh no, she's the daughter of our chief. No, she was probably the boss.
Wow.
Yeah. History, the mythology and the stuff that's coming out now would have never come out 100 years ago because it's too not Christian centered, not male, not Christian centered. So interesting. We can actually research with more clarity. Like you're saying, the lens, having a lens with more clarity, we can look at our own mythology more clearly now too.
I mean, so far in Greek mythology, when it comes to the fates, I was only aware of two things: that they could either be the daughters of Nyx, or just perhaps very old deities, but still at the command of Zeus.
Right, and actually Zeus had no way to stop them. So he actually had no power over them, even though they try to say that in later mythology, they try to shoehorn it in. And also Zeus had no power over Hera. She, like his own wife, everybody was scared of her. She had to get locked into her throne by a trick by Hephaestus, because even Zeus was scared of her. Like even Zeus could not stop Hera. So it comes through in the stories, even though like Zeus is supposed to be the boss and it's supposed to be run by men. It's like they couldn't get rid of older stories. So it's just very funny. There's other things about Hera I can't remember at the moment, but the whole thing was like Hera and Heracles, like Hercules is actually Heracles. That there parts of the story don't make sense because it had to be edited out for a patriarchal society, if that makes any sense. Like the when you get to the older Greek stories, that you're like, why does this seem so patchy and weird? And it's like, oh, they had political reasons.
Oh yeah, the politics. I haven't. I mean, the where I've seen the theme of politics likely more influence in mythology had been with Persian and Babylonian, Assyrian, Mesopotamian mythologies. At least at least in the times that I have been looking at these things, those were the places where those kind of things sort of popped out the most. And it with a kind of mental state that I was at the time, that didn't serve my purpose, so I just moved on. But that's an interesting thing and to consider, and something also to bear in mind with the changes in people's community and societies and the structure of how they build their own living space and even regulated the people themselves by establishing certain things in a certain way.
Oh yeah, and it's just like the basket styles, just like the popular basket styles. People had their favorite gods and goddesses, and you can see when new cultures clash, how they'll take everything from a culture, but they'll keep their one favorite goddess, or something like that. It's very interesting how we're still the same people. We still have politics, like we have access to more technology now, but like we still are susceptible to the same, like, oh, well, certain parts of our history are going to be hard to learn because people in politics are being stupid right now, and like it's just a different flavor of that through every human experience.
Look at the cave allegory in Plato's Republic and how that closely mirrors modern society, right? It's a perfect example right there. That was, what, 4,000 years ago, I think? No, not 4,000. Okay,
Like
over 2,000 years
like
ago?
like 2,000 years ago. Still, that's yeah. Yeah, I mean, 4,000 years ago, you have the beginning of the oldest like Egyptian dynasties, and we don't know who the earliest few are, and like there's a different list where some people's names have been erased. Like we know there was a couple more kings in early Egypt like 4,000 years ago, but they had beef with each other even back then, so they got erased.
Yeah, because it goes back to Chem, right?
Yeah.
And Edgar Casey talks about some of that as well. I don't remember which particular session it is because there's just so many, but he also, the other thing too is he talks about the usurpation of the patriarchy over very similar to what you mentioned specifically about the alteration of that particular fabric of history with ancient Greek mythology. How there was that narrative shift, the patriarchy. I can't remember. I'm gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna try and find it.
It's just such human nature, and like we need to realize that it's happening right now. Even though we may think we're enlightened as hell, there's some huge blind spot that we don't know about.
History is being written, and I mean, the threads of the story are weaving themselves even as we breathe. Just because we are here right now doesn't mean that it's over, or that we tend to look at the past with a certain kind of view. But it keeps going on.
History rhymes, right? And because there's a multitude of, well, essentially an infinite number of realities that all coexist with one another simultaneously. There's always some bleed through too. So when some people are tapping into a particular aspect in time in one reality, it could bleed into another. That's getting really out there. But like it's true though, and that can be proven with physics as well, modern quantum physics.
Hell yeah.
What I like about all of this is bringing up something that Travis said at some point during past live chats, is that patterns are not confined to just a given time, whatever like that. You can actually tap into it and bring it, whether it was something that happened in what we consider the past, or something that hasn't happened yet, the future. I view it like this great expanse of space with a great opportunity to tap into whatever you choose, whether past or future, and just experience the reality of that thing. And you can go on a journey wherever that leads you, when you have, even if you just want to explore or have a clear intention, have a clear purpose as to why you're doing it. But nothing in that way is really lost. If you use your creativity, your imagination, your intent with the right tools, get in touch with these things and you bring them to life, and you experience whatever those things were. So that doesn't. The best part about that is that then you're not confined to anything, not even to the present times, because you can bring whatever influence you want to bear upon your reality and really experience that. It may take on the run. It may adapt even to yourself and your life and the current times, but it really gives you a certain kind of freedom of, okay, yeah, I'm going to experience whatever I want. I'm going to choose and be very selective about what kind of influence I want to experience and have fun with that. And there is a specific spirit from Kingdoms of Flame by E.A. Coetin that has to do with human history and past civilizations. So even things that got buried in time, this spirit may be able to help you get in touch with. It's not something I have touched, but certainly something I have thought about. And should it come to it, it's something I will delve into if I find it useful and appropriate to my path.
What would you discover if you activate that perk?
Oh my god.
I feel like I've tapped into that one a little bit, because with that assumption of like, okay, well, there's all these biases. So even if we know about a fraction of the gods and goddesses, or the things that people have put power to in the past, or the animals or the ancestors that people have worshipped, we only know a fraction. So there must be a lot out there. Therefore, I'll tap into whatever will be the most appropriate. And for me at the time, it was a while ago, and it was a mother type spirit. It was a mother goddess type spirit, and she didn't have a name. She was so primal. She didn't have a name because she didn't need a name, because there weren't names. And I was like, yeah, there probably was a time when there was just the idea of the goddess, and people worship, whether they had the little stone carved women, that's what they used. There wasn't language yet. So there's out there gods and goddesses without names.
Absolutely. Again, as I keep saying, the human experience is not this unlimited smorgasbord of different things. It's a very concise list of experiences that we're going to have. And for every experience, you can apply a title or a deity. My cousin sent me a really interesting video about this particular holiday in India that they celebrate around the union of Shiva and Shakti. And one of the ways that they celebrate, because this is reflected in the nine goddesses, and what they do for every little city, every little community, they gather 9 little girls, and they worship them as the goddess, right? They bring them offerings, they praise them, they kiss their feet, and they worship these living 9 young children as the goddess. And I'm willing to wager they've been doing this since the beginning. And just reading what Mr. Butler has written about symbols and symbology and how we use things as symbols of a divine aspect, these people are channeling the divine through these children. Now, on one hand, I can see how perfect it is, because these innocent vessels, as they channel this energy, they're going to reflect what's brought through them. That white light through the prism, it's going to come through untainted, because they themselves are untainted. That's genius in itself. But also, as far as self-esteem and ego, how do you think these young girls are going to develop, having been taught from an early age that they are divinity herself? Powerful. Genius. We didn't just worship animals.
Do they say it's the girls, or do they say that they're channeling it? Because even when you use the word genius, the genie, the ancient Greek culture, you didn't get to claim that as a personal thing. If your genie was good, too bad. You don't get to claim that. If your genie sucks, not your fault. Your genie sucks. And people didn't have the overwhelming anxiety and pressure to perform like we do. This is from a book by Kay Butler, I think. And she did this look into the creative mind, and she said, look, back then people didn't have the mental health issues associated with being creative. They still suffered and shit, but that wasn't you. It was all the genie. And so you didn't have to take any blame or credit. So do they I wonder in that when they worship the girls, are they telling the girls that they are the goddess? Or are they saying, be good because you're the vessel right now for the goddess?
It's the same thing as them applying deific presence to like statues and physical objects, right? At least from what I gather, from what I've studied, not this modern day stuff, but from what I gathered as far as the past, it's understood that these things are representatives of the force itself. Like, we in Christianity, we're raised to believe that, okay, well, this man came down as God, and he is God specifically. So we're taught to put it all on one person. And of course, you're going to see mental issues dealing with that. The Eastern and the ancient practices, they understood subconsciously that these things were representatives of a specific force. After the holiday was over, these were 9 little girls that had parents and had to go to school, etc., etc.
Right? I think that'd be way healthier than like the way that we do it now, where it's like, oh, you're touched, you're gifted, you're whatever. It's like, no, that was the goddess, and you just got lucky for a minute.
And yeah, you got lucky for a minute. That's the way to see it. And also just that this is the time that we worship the goddess. Let us worship the goddess in the best and the most useful and appropriate, easiest way that we can. And right now it's, because think there's more than 9 little girls in the neighborhood. So it's like, is somebody going to get jealous? Is somebody going to say, well, my girl should have been chose? Like,
do they take turns? What do they do?
There's an understanding that it's like, however it's selected, it's not personal. None of this stuff is personal. This is a means to an end. The whole community wants to worship the goddess, and it just so happens that y'all are the ones this year.
Yeah. I think that's important. I think that, what were we talking about like a couple weeks ago? Whatever you have your natural frame, you don't even realize where your bias is. Maybe from Christian religion or whatever you brought up in. We have in Western society this culture of like, it's all on me. If I succeed or fail, it's all on me. We're like earlier in this conversation, it's like, no, the spirits already chose you. You don't choose to work with them. They're already reaching out to you. That's why you even got the idea in the first place. It's not personal. Don't pat yourself on the back too hard.
Right.
I think it's so Western people. I've seen people think they're the just hot shit because they can do certain this or that magic, and then they just lose it because it's like, oh, I'm hot shit now, and it's like, no, you lost it.
Right. And that, like, if we had to give a diagnosis, we can say this is people making spiritual contact before they reach the oath of the abyss. Right? Before the oath of the abyss, you're still thinking that you are you, separate from everything else, and there's all this other stuff out there. Now that's why I say that's why I can say this with confidence. These ancient cultures, they were naturally in what we're calling the oath of the abyss. They were naturally in this state where they understood that all of reality was a conversation between them and the divine. So to choose 9 little girls, it wasn't personal. It wasn't that your little girl or you're a political influence, so we're going to pick your daughter. It was a community that didn't have all that shit going on.
Yeah.
Now today, fast forward to this time, everybody is so me. Like if I were to gather a couple of other guys like myself who are musicians and say, hey, let's start this rap group, this collective, everybody's going to want to be the star. Everybody's going to want to be the hero. right? It's not likely that everyone will want to pool their resources together so that we can make a collective effort. That's where we are today. Today, everybody wants to be the star of the show, not understanding that it takes a whole force, a whole team. And just like football, everybody can't be the quarterback. Sometimes support is the most important role.
Yeah, totally. And I think sometimes we just miss it. Like it obviously wouldn't be a game if there wasn't a whole team, and somehow we've just skewed it in this culture to where it's all on the quarterback, to where it's like, I don't know, I was watching rugby the other day and it's all about the team. Like I didn't see, like there's a couple players that stand out, but it's not like all on one guy. It's like a team thing. So even in the same flavor of sport, you get this American Western version that's totally different than what's going on with other sports. It's wild how we've even fractioned it today. And if you're inside the culture, it's so hard to see it.
When I play Fortnite with other people, like I see it easily. Like everybody is like, yeah, I got the most kills. Or if you didn't get the same amount of kills, like, oh, you was trash, you wasn't doing nothing, da 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 da. And I don't like playing with randoms because that's like the mindset. Everybody's about, oh, the most kills. But me and like the team that I play with constantly, I know that I'm not the star. I'm not going to get the most kills. I don't try to get the most kills. I'm the guy that's going to pick you up when you die because you were trying to get the most kills, right? I'm going to slip in and grab your card and reboot you so we can win the match, right?
Right.
Some people are focused on these accolades of being seen and shining and being better. A competitive sense against each other. I'm competitive as in let us win against them.
Right. Yeah. And we were talking about games earlier. I used to play EverQuest and then World of Warcraft back in the day. And at first, you know, everybody it's like, oh, we're all going to be warriors, or everybody wants to be Magick. And then you realize, oh, you need a tank and a healer.
Right.
And you need to balance that shit out.
Right.
And then you might find like someone is really good at it, and even though that person really wants to be a tank, they're terrible at a tank and they need to be the magic user. And then once you get sorted out, there's no ego, and then you're a well-oiled team, and then it's like, okay, our team is better than the other team, you know, we're gonna get ahead, and then it's no problem. So it's just like,
look at that. Our team is better than the other team, or I'm the best one here. Which one, right? Our team is better than the other team, or I'm the best one here. I don't want to play with this guy. I want to work with the team.
Yeah, like the team is always going to go farther than one person. And it's even, you know, it's built into the quest and the things that you can achieve. And you're never going to be able to beat that boss without a whole, 20 people working together. And then it becomes this skill of like, how well can you organize a group? How well can you find out whose skill is what? And how quickly can you get people to their places, and how do you get them to work well together?
Yeah.
And how do you choose your targets of what you're going to accomplish? And then make sure nobody's grounded.
So now we can also go back to what we were saying earlier about the fourth dimensional experience. Looking from the outside in, you've got to be able to see the end goal and see where every piece fits so that the operation can run smoothly. In a sense, your higher self is like your spiritual manager.
Yes, the executive.
You're mentioning with the higher self.
This is exciting, the Capricornian side of me. The executive side of things, putting things together and then directing them.
Yeah.
By the way, that book that I was mentioning about Edgar Casey, it's the one where he talks about the ancient Egypt. He talks about that one back then. If you were curious about that, anyone who's listening. So I wanted, I don't think it was the last session, but the session before, we were talking about synchronicities that had been occurring. And I just wanted to share about a synchronicity that had occurred to me. I was doing my workout, and then one of my mentors just called me just out of the blue, which is sometimes happens, but it was kind of rare. And then they were telling me about this meditation that I was going to do. And I was already looking at these meditations on how to connect with your higher self and how to cultivate that kind of, pathways, so to speak. And so I immediately started to get all sorts of crazy goosebumps and I was like, okay, so I was already looking this up, and I already spent the $88 to get this one super esoteric meditation, whatever. And now you're telling me that this is the thing that I was going to do. And then they start to tell me this other stuff that I won't repeat here. And then as soon as they hang up, I was like, okay, I was just in the Magus, and we were talking about this synchronicity. This is really, really nuts. And then I get to the top of these stairs that I'm on, and I see a rock. It's an art rock, and it has a spider web that was painted on it. And immediately I was like, oh shit, I think Trav would appreciate that one, because that was like 3 in a row that happened. And as soon as I saw the spider web, I was like, okay, that's and that all happened within the span of not even 10 minutes.
Damn.
And then it was, I think I saw another something else that happened on the clock too. That wasn't the most significant one. It was just those 3 things, and I was like, So
That's funny.
Thank you. I just wanted to share about the synchronicities that continue to occur as the more I get to grow and contribute to this with this society. So thanks everyone for sharing your insights.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I've been seeing spiders inside the house, like appearing out of the blue. The last one just slid itself down into my desk while I was reading. Like I was just minding my business, and it came right in front of me, stood there for a moment, and okay, I acknowledged, and then I went to pick up a napkin to bring it out or get out of the way, and then when it saw that, it ran away. So it got out of sight. I haven't seen it again.
At my performance, there were vendors and they were selling different things. My baby mama was vending, and her sister was too. And then she had these spiders, and she gave me one, and I thought that was really cool. And I'm telling you, just a couple months ago, I was doing a meditation. Then I went to go use the bathroom, and I'm sitting on the toilet, and I open up my eyes, and I swear, there's a spider that's coming down right in front of me. Like, why? What are the chances of all the space in the whole house? Like, why are you descending right down in this very moment, in this very spot? Little things like that happen just so perfectly let me know that this is a simulation. Like, there's no way that could have happened on accident. The time and the place. That's one of very many synchronicities. Of course, if that was just the one thing that happened all year long, okay, maybe I'm reaching. But man, this type of shit happens every day.
Gets to a point where sometimes they'll happen. It's like they don't surprise you to the same degree that they once did, because it's almost as if they're anticipated in a way.
Right. You start to step into a place where it is regular everyday life.
Yeah.
You don't know what's gonna happen, but you can expect that what does happen is falling into order with other things.
Mm-hmm.
It's the oath of the abyss, man.
The other thing I noticed was that because my old mentor used to tell me to have a journal and document your experiences, whatever they're something that's crazy spiritual or a psychic experience or a synchronicity or anything like that. And you can equate that to a post-hypnotic suggestion also, if we were to use a different point of reference, right? But when you do that in a metaphysical context, not only are you kind of giving permission for more things like that to occur in your life, but you're putting out an intention into the universe that, hey, I'm looking for these things. They're happening. And then you start to notice that they occur more frequently because, the universe acknowledges, okay,
Right.
well, there's more things that are corresponding with the highest good of this particular individual. So let's give them a few more spider webs to see.
I love it.
Tribes, something before I forget it. You can actually get the broomsticks in the Sims from the market down the academy. I don't know what it's called, but there is a portal that leads you to an alley. And in one of the 3 shops, this is in the Magick expansion.
Mm-hmm.
You go there, and in one of the 3 shops, you're going to find the broomsticks.
There's shops in the Magick realm in Glimmerbrook, the Magick realm.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
There is the main portal where you enter, and then you see the academy. But then, if you look back, you're going to see a path that's going to lead you to another portal.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to take you to an alley where you can buy things.
What?
Even with death flowers and whatnot.
What?
Yeah.
See, I got into a duel with one of the little magic teachers, and I got this basic ass broom. I didn't know that you could actually buy brooms.
You can.
What? Oh man, and wands and all, and familiars too.
Yeah, wands and familiars, and also tomes of magic. But I think that, that to read tomes of magic, you have to have a certain level.
Yeah.
That you can get the abilities from them.
I got one magic girl that I've been trying to get her up, but she's gotten old. She's on her final days.
You can actually perform necromancy on her and bring her back to life.
See, I'm with her. I'm trying to find the spell to bring back to life because her roommate died. So the little story I've got going on is that she's trying to figure out how to find that resurrection spell because I know it exists, so that she can bring him back to life and keep herself alive. But man, I'm having some trouble. I kind of figured out.
There are 2 ways to maintain life, though. You can get the potion of immortality and keep drinking that, or you can actually get the necromancy spell to do that. I did it once to bring a woman that died in the academy, and I took her urn to my house. Then she belonged to me. But then the red-coated professor died, and I couldn't bring him back to life for whatever reason. Like either the spell didn't appear, or it was a bug, or it broke or something. But it only happened once. I couldn't bring him back to life after that.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So, because what I've been using is if you kind of complete everybody's desires, you get these little satisfaction points, and you can get this little potion that it'll reset their years, for a little bit, but that's not going to keep them alive forever. And I got a handful of vampires that are my favorite, so they're going to live as long as they stay out the damn sun. I recently got the Get Together expansion, so you can have little clubs. So I started the Illuminati, and basically, it's all my vampires who've been alive for generations, and they've accumulated a lot of money, and some of them own businesses, so they kind of have the influence of the sim world. So they're my little Illuminati clique. I love it, man. And like they can like influence people's emotions and do mind control and all that other stuff. But it comes with a sacrifice. Some of them are jaded and eternally sad.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's really funny.
The more you advance in the vampire expansion, you have to take you have to the character has to take on a weakness. So the last one I played was really irritated by the sun.
Oh, I can't do that. I hate that one. I lost 2 vampires already to the sun, and like that sucks because like you work so hard to like build them up and give them skills and teach them things, and they stay outside too long after getting off of work or something, and they're just standing there burning up. It's like, get in the house. What the fuck are you doing? And Reaper comes along. Oh my god, I get so mad, like I have to turn the game off so I can try to reset it. I lose like hours of progress because that jackass didn't want to get in the house. Yeah, man.
Oh god.
Oh my god. Half of my vampires are good though. They don't like to drink people's blood. They feel guilty when they do it.
No, I never gave them the guilt to do that. So I didn't want to deal with moral problems when I went to drink somebody's blood.
I think it adds a little bit of balance, you know, because they, instead of drinking people's blood, they have where you can like take certain like fish and frogs and, you know, use those.
You can actually take frogs and fish for that. Well, I didn't. I kept constantly luring the pink-haired character into the house every time my sim needed to fade, and I had to adapt. I had to adapt the pace and the ease.
You gotta study the Vampire Book 1 or the Vampire Book 2. If you study the first and the second Vampire books, it'll teach you how to make plasma packs out of fish and frogs.
Wow. And I was here really invested in the learning and sucking of blood at different times of night and day. But oh my god. In fact, that became the most engaging part of the game. So when the sim advanced to a certain level and there was the option to sort of dampen this thirst for blood, I didn't do it because that was the game itself.
Yeah.
If you take a vampire's need to drink blood, what are you doing? Why are you doing with all the eternity sitting in your house and sipping a coffee?
Because some just want to blend in with regular society. Now, to balance my good vampires, I have this one evil ginger vampire, and she has this big ass house, and then like I create like 3 people, usually 3 guys that come move in, and you know they're just living their normal lives, but she literally just feeds on them, and then they die. And then she buries them in the backyard, and then she invites 3 new guys, and she keeps on them until they die. But she's evil, so like whenever they're like feeling miserable and they're suffering and stuff, she like gets pleasure out of that.
Oh my.
Is this Sims 4?
Yeah.
4. I'm starting to spend way too much time on that game.
Yeah.
Game Pass too, or not?
I like it though. I think it's a really, I think it's very well done. Very well done.
I didn't make people move into the house with the sim, but before I figured out how to get blood easily, I had to lock them up in my house and drink the blood every night. Then they will get miserable and depressed and whatnot. But I had to keep them there just for the time I could figure out a thing. So I could let them come and go, but they would still come and I could still drink the blood.
That's what I learned. If the sim is evil, when people around them are miserable and depressed, they get pleasure out of that. Like, there's the evil Sims are sadistic like that.
I've lived in that situation before. I don't even playing that on a game.
Yeah.
It's too real. Oh my god. Like, how many ex-husbands does a woman need? Jesus, she's not even burying them. She's just letting them go on like zombies. Like,
Oh man.
this happens in real life, man.
And get this also. So that particular vampire sim, she also does mind control. So she mind controls him to clean the house.
That's like my mom. You give me flashbacks to my mom.
Oh no. Clean the house, to repair shit, to fix up everything that breaks.
I'm done with you. Get rid of them. Get some fresh blood in here.
Then I create some new ones, send them in.
Some people.
It's free. You just have to have a couple hours in the day to dedicate it. Because it's not going to be a 5-minute game, that's for sure.
No, I'm trying to keep my own little, mini vampire out of the sun. Like, what are you doing? You're going to burn to a crisp, man. Like,
oh.
Like, constantly with these two little, like, so, about as smart as a sim sometimes. Kids are, and some adults.
Yeah, many adults.
Except they don't have the bar, so you have to imagine. You have to figure out what their bar says. Like, is this person just an asshole, or are they hungry? If I just put food in front of them, will they be nice? I used to walk around with jerky, and I would give people food, and it works half the time.
It's funny how simple it can be. I recently learned about cats, because cats, like apes, they take direct eye contact for too long as a challenge. And then there's people that were saying in the comments that there's this technique that you do where you look at them but you slowly blink, and that's a hack to gain a cat's trust. And all these other people were verifying that it's true. Simple shit like that, you would never guess unless you know.
Or or if you spend a lot of time.
Go ahead, Anna.
I was saying you should spend a lot of time and then pick something up and then not even know that you know, and be doing something on an instinctual level and have no idea until somebody points it out too.
Another hack to gain a cat's trust too, if you extend your arm or out to pet, right? Because most people would reach out. If your fingers are straight, that's a more aggressive. But if you bend your fingers when so the cat in question can come and smell, it will perceive that as less threatening. Be surprised how much that'll work too when bending your fingers when I'm interacting with the cat. Another one, in addition to the blinking, is if you maintain eye contact and then you look down a little bit, you break the eye contact and look down, because you putting your head down is a form of submission to the cat as well.
I don't know about that one.
Makes me want to try this with people to see if it works on humans as well.
I
don't know about the hand bending thing, but looking down for sure. Yeah.
A lot of these I learned when I was trained to go door to door to collect donations and signatures, and they taught us so many things. There's so many things, and there's just natural primate things, and some of them go even deeper.
That's amazing how strong body language is, right?
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't just train you what to say, they're teaching you what to do with your eyes, with your gestures, with your head, your body. Like, that just goes to show how powerful body language is.
70% of
Yeah.
communication is nonverbal.
So much
Right.
of it. And, you know, when we're talking about cats too, if you're bird watching, you try to not look like a cat. Cats have binocular vision, right? If you want to scare all the birds and you are like, you take a cat posture, all the birds in the area are going to go quiet and look at you because suddenly you're moving like a cat. Whereas if you start acting like a squirrel, the animals are going to ignore you. Or if you can hold really still, if you can be very, very still, they'll also ignore you.
This sounds like it's coming from experience.
I spent a lot of time outside.
I need to know what that means to start acting like a squirrel.
Just like it's
Interesting. That's great.
you know what? I actually tried to explain this to you in a dream once, Travis, because you were trying to sneak up on me in a dream, and I was like, I know it's you because you don't have erratic energy. And it was like you were trying to be random. You were trying to be like random.
I was trying to do the squirrel thing.
You were trying to do the squirrel thing, but you're doing it too regular, and I was like, no.
I remember that.
That is not how you act like a squirrel.
It's like, act natural. And it's like, no, you're not acting natural.
Just act natural. It's like the birds not actually being birds, but CIA drones.
Birds aren't real.
Birds are real.
You gotta spot the bird that's moving wrong. I had a squirrel come in and look in the crack in the window. Like, I've got slats on my window and I've got a couple missing. And a squirrel fucking came up on my porch and looked in the window. It's like, just gonna send your camera just to spy right in. Like, and cheeky. I don't know. Maybe the animals are starting to wonder what it's up with us humans.
I wonder if the animals remember how we used to be.
Right?
I'm in the forest every single day, and I've noticed these incredibly strange, different patterns that the birds are. Like, I'll just give you an example. In this particular, I have about a 10-kilometer trek that I'll do in the forest, and in this one region of the forest, there's never nuthatches or chickadees, let alone both of those species together. And this happened in 2 days simultaneously in this region where there's food that would not be for them. So I wasn't sure if it was as a result of the seasonal change up here, because it's getting pretty cold.
Right.
Wait a minute. There was a joke about a cat in there somewhere, and I lost it. But
It's weird how you'll start noticing things that you never noticed before. Like, I'd be out in the forest, I don't know how much of my childhood, and I don't really look at the different types of trees and birds for the longest time. And just in the last 5 years, I'm like super interested. Like, oh, there's totally different birds this month than there were last month. Like, what the hell? I never even noticed before. It's just like, it was there the whole time. It's obviously been happening for generations before I was born, and the birds have been migrating. But like, did I just notice? It's all there. basket, my little hat basket thing going here. I just thought it was interesting, you know, string theory. String.
Right. That's the beginnings of your basket?
Oh, I don't know. I was just messing around. It could be a hat, it could be a basket, but a lot of the first things that we find like made are hats / baskets. Like they probably wore them on their head and used them.
Imagine a
That
whole
could be a social
society.
movie.
Yeah, it could. Peace, Nuru. Nuru says, peace, Trav. Pure, ineffable subjectivity. Our experience of a rose, not quite the same as anyone else's. This was an hour ago, by the way. We were talking about the rose. Language pulls us close to the headwaters of the source, and language also prevents us touching it. Language pulls us close to the headwaters of the source, and language prevents us from touching it. Anamali, those are some profound insights. The Kemet Neter Neith is this woven net, deific power, apparatus of manifestation, the root of the term for God Neter, creator, weaver, knot, and knot. You know, like knot like you tie and knot as in nothing. He says Shiva. Shiva literally means that which is not. That makes me think of what they say about Vishnu and the garland of pearls, and how the universe and the multiverse is almost like this web and this string with a bunch of pearls on it. And if you pull one string, or if you tap one of the pearls, it affects all the other ones that are connected to it.
Right? Because you have the holes and then you have the stuff. Because you can't have a net without the holes. You can't catch food or strain out stuff. So the net is like a huge piece of technology. Right? And the trippiest part of this has all been one string so far. It all could come right back up.
Wait.
Well, it's too big. I don't like it.
That's oddly satisfying.
I know, right? But it still exists because we recorded it, so it exists in video.
Dang, that could be a video in itself, just unweaving it.
I used to do this for hours as a kid because I couldn't afford string, so I only had like 3 balls of string. So I'll make stuff and just unmake it.
Ah, man, why is that so satisfying?
String theory. I don't know. I find it very satisfying. I actually like untangling more than I like the tangling, if that makes any sense. Round and round and round from the first little circle. I mean, that was probably thousands of stitches I just did.
Thousands?
No, hundreds probably. Oh, I don't know if I got stuck on the last circle here. Oh no. It's stuck. Mostly reuse the string. Sometimes it gets the twist gets a little messed up, and that's the only way you could tell it was ever woven into something. A little bit of left behind pattern. I mean, And just wind it back up and do it again.
This is what my grandma was very skilled at.
Crochet.
And sewing.
All of it. Like, it used to take so much time. It used to be such a big part of everyday life, even just like 100 years ago. Like, sewing machines are like 150 years old, 200 years old or something. That's crazy.
Sewing machines are about as old as us in the West being introduced to Kundalini.
Yeah. What are we missing by not realizing that the spinning wheel and the chakra are like that wasn't part of our culture, so we obviously didn't get the memo 100 years ago.
Aw, Cedric Lowry says Anna Molly is a mesmerizer.
Thank you.
Mesmerizer. I'm calling the police on you.
You know what the Do you know what the Gutenberg project is online?
Yeah, I've seen some of it.
When that first came out, when it was like, okay, we're gonna scan and make available all of the books that we can for free, I thought it was the coolest shit ever. And the first thing that I found was the book on mesmerism by Mesmer. So that's up on the Gutenberg project for free. I had no idea about magic or hypnotism or anything. I just read it because it was free.
I may have found Jay Thorpe's book on demonology on there.
You said Jay Thorpe?
Yeah. I mean, I had always seen that book being one of the demonology recommendations, but I didn't know where to get it. So it wasn't. It was either that on some similar website where I saw it.
The Gutenberg project has been around for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that one. There's so much good free resources available, but you almost have to know exactly what you're looking for because it's not like you can go browse that easy. You know, think about all the books we wouldn't have if the printing press wasn't a thing.
I think that even books are a form of artificial intelligence. Uh-oh.
The original.
Uh-oh. Me and my cousin had a pretty insightful discussion, and we were talking, and I was, he was talking about this PDF that he downloaded on his phone, because we were talking, like, once you get to a certain stage, like, you come to realize when you're a student, you find a teacher, and the teacher teaches you, right? You find somebody, and they give you information, and they help you move along on your path. Now, granted, with the teacher being another human being, there's going to be a little bit of the teacher's ego in the teachings, right? But as long as you're on the right track, you're going to get the right information. And if you're developed enough, you can kind of keep that ego where it is and still pick out the information and apply it to yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
But being where we are now, it's very difficult to find a teacher. In fact, I may have met one or two people in my hometown who, are even somewhat familiar with this information. So finding a teacher is not realistic for me or him in this place. And what I've found being in this unique position is that, you know, the universe, life, spirit is still going to deliver to you your teachings. It's just not going to come through a teacher. It's going to come through life itself if you know how to receive it properly. Just like when Alora was talking about, she saw Horus as a female cat, right? Most people won't accept that. They're going to say, no, you ain't Horus. Horus is an eagle-headed man with no shirt on and an Egyptian skirt holding the ankh. That if I don't see that, you're not Horus. You're a deceitful spirit. I cast you out in the name of Jesus, right? They're gonna do all this bullshit based on programming. But
you're an all-powerful deity. How dare you change shape?
Right. How dare you come to me in a way that I didn't expect? But being in this position, you start to realize that you have to be submissive to life in such a way that you allow life to deliver to you what you need, right? Without you rejecting it. So it's like we're not going to have teachers. We have life teaching us. Sometimes he teaches me. Sometimes I teach him. Sometimes y'all teach me. Sometimes the knucklehead at the gas station teaches me. But it's going to come through the easiest channel, just like water is going to flow through the easiest pathway.
That's the thing. I mean, and I mentioned again, you having to learn how to live with how your consciousness develops, or how, or the new states of consciousness that you develop and that you consistently, or more usually, begin to live on. Because yeah, we have information, and most of that information that we find even in books about people that write about these things are at best an introduction to the subject, to give you a taste if you have the inclination to follow down that path. So on the deeper level, on those deeper experiences, you're going to start to operate in a different way, and also learning how to handle things in a different way without depending on somebody external to you in order to guide you, because that guidance is not always there. So you in that way become very crafty, and that's a path that will force you to be very observant of yourself and the situations in your life, so that you can discern how to best respond to them and still be poised and level-headed.
We realized that by default, you know, for some reason we chose to incarnate in this place, in this specific time, knowing damn well there's not going to be anybody else in physical reach that's on the same information. We chose that, which means that we were kind of forced to become sensitive to our environment and to our experiences, and understand that when things happen, it's not people doing stuff to us. What we're experiencing is life, which is the energy and the essence of consciousness flowing through matter. So every experience, every situation is simply energy moving. And these people, just like the little soccer players on a foosball game where you turn that knob and all the people kick up and down, that's what life is. When I say there are no enemies, that's what I mean. This person over here that got mad at you on the basketball court, that's not your enemy. He's one of them foosball players on that stick that you are moving left and right, flipping up and down and back and forth. That guy, he's going through his own stuff. He don't know you, and you don't know him. It just so happens that whatever internal issues he has line up with whatever internal issues you have. And so the contact is made. And that's your teacher. That's not your enemy, that's your teacher. He's showing you what you're showing the world, what you're showing the universe.
I thought I would get enlightened. I genuinely thought that this state of nourishment and nurturing and wisdom and enlightenment was coming from already an existing world, like the circle of society, the circle of culture, my family. I actually looked up to these people, expecting this kind of elevated thinking and living. I actually expected more from people than the things I ever saw from them. Like I would, since very early in childhood, even the most common things that people would do or would say, even things that people don't even think about or just take for granted, they seemed very strange to me. Like something odd just struck me, because it was like me saying, what are you doing? What are you doing that you're not displaying a certain kind of behavior in order to elevate yourself in some sort of way? Why are you not being wise? Or why are you not being this all enlightened being? I don't know. It was I expected a lot from society. I expected a lot from people. And I spent a lot of time trying to get that out from people and society. I spent a lot of things trying to get from people what they were not displaying themselves even as part of their nature. That's when I had to turn things around and look at myself, because I wasn't going to get those things from them. I had to fulfill those things myself,
Right.
generating those things from inside so that I could have a different view of the world and a different way with which to engage with people, to realize, no, you have to look at the thing that people are showing you, not simply ignore what they're showing you and telling you and expect them to show you and give you what you want to get from them. That was mind-blowing at the time.
Yeah, I remember feeling something like that too. I remember being really young. And I think, this whole society, at least where I was growing up and the media that I was bombarded with, this whole society is telling you, oh, it's figured out. We've got everything under control. Everything's enlightened. Everything's going to be perfect. This is it. We've got it on lockdown. All the adults around me were like, yeah, I'm the smartest person there is. I never make a mistake. And I was like, great, awesome. This is cool. And then you start expecting that from people, and then they look at you like you're insane. And you grow up in that, and then you grow up not knowing that you were steeped in that, and you're like, you have these expectations because you were told these things when you were young, and then none of it is true, and yet the ideals are still good. Like the ideals of yes, everybody tells the truth all the time, and your parents never lie. Like, okay, well, that still sounded good. So then I would look towards whatever that figure was supposed to, that authority figure that was supposed to have all the knowledge, and they didn't have the knowledge, and they weren't what they said they were. And that's totally shattering in itself. And then you're still left wanting to fill that void. And the only thing you can do is, well, at least I can be that. And we're still human. So it's still really fucking difficult to even live up to that. But I think it's kind of ingrained in us.
I took a very radical view. I mean, I took a very radical turn when I arrived to that view, and I stopped putting people on pedestal. I stopped even having weird fantasies in my head about them. I decided that I was going to look at a person and I was going to look and see exactly what the person was displaying and exactly what the person was giving me. I wasn't daydreaming about what I would have liked from the person. I wasn't expecting anything. I would just look at them straight as they were, and I was going to determine where the things that I was observing really came from, that to give me a more objective perspective of the thing, because I couldn't just continue to having these strange delusions about people when they weren't exactly the things that I expected them to be or would have liked them to be, just to make myself feel better, because I need to still know myself and to figure things out, and they made it seem like they knew what they were doing, and in fact they didn't. They actually ended up with more problems than I did.
Yeah, I think that's so common too. I think people are figuring that out when it comes to authority figures, like whether it's religious figures that they trusted forever who don't have the answers, or even medical, like doctors, where like, you know, I was told I had something for the longest time. I don't have it. I was told I didn't have a condition for the longest time. I was diagnosed with it like a year ago. So it was like, you can go believing, and you can base your life off of things. And it's like, once you divorce from that, you don't even know what to expect, because you have to look at everybody with this kind of like critical but real eye. But it leaves so much that you don't know.
In terms of nurturing myself and fulfilling certain emotional needs that weren't met, and yeah, this has to do a lot with certain Saturnian aspects. I had to figure that out myself. But there was a kind of mistrust born from being given this expectation of something, but something may not being really met. So I developed a certain kind of mistrust with just placing my emotions in the hands of people.
Right? Yeah.
And exactly, because I didn't see how they were equipped, even with the awareness, to handle whatever I could give them. So I had to do first the inner work and the self-care in order to fulfill myself to such an extent that I didn't need to look for those things in other people anymore. So I can be honest about my emotions. I'm in a better position now in order to even be open about them and to interact with them with emotional intelligence and whatnot. But it's not a thing where I am just putting myself in the hands of another person. I have self-control. And I have the awareness and the discernment to know when I'm doing something that's healthy and beneficial for me. I can still interact with another person and even be open or vulnerable with my emotions, but it's still in a very harmonious and balanced way.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still definitely working on that. There's so much where it's like, I think the distrust is totally natural, because there's so much, you know, that in the physical world is so different than the emotional world anyway. So that even if you could translate, you could never translate your emotions perfectly. So how could another person perfectly understand it anyway? but then there's always that urge to connect too. So I don't know how to balance it, but I think that's totally like a normal phase to go through. Like I definitely felt that. The balancing is the hardest part.
The balancing for me came when I could okay. The thing that it starts with you. It starts first with you going out of yourself in order to fulfill something that you think you're going to get from another person, and that puts you in a that puts you in the negative pole of a polarity. But I figured out that if I got to know myself and I fulfilled those needs myself by generating the states I wanted, and I embodied the abundance of that thing, I was in the dominant and also in the projective or willing pole in the polarity. So if I didn't need anything from outside of me, and I was firmly rooted, grounded, and balanced inside myself, I could even overpour with this energy and even pour it and even satiate the thirst of another person with it without myself losing anything, because I was already in the embodiment of this abundance in this abundant energy.
Now, okay, yeah. So I found something very similar, that when I'm in the male aspect of it, when I'm in the dominant, active, creating part of it, that I have no problem. I can fill myself and I can fill other people. But the balancing of now that I have my safety, can I allow other people to fill me up? I still can't. I'm still not.
I don't do that either. I don't do that either.
I can't balance it that way. But I have found, yeah, I get definitely, I know what you're talking about, where you get into the active, the more male aspect of it, and it's no problem. You can fill anybody's cup. Like I'm not empty at all, but the receiving is still way off for me personally.
That's the thing. Now you do a double. Now you do a double job. When you start when you need to fill yourself up, then you go into solitude, and then you do inner work and take care of yourself. Because, well, one thing that has happened for me is that if I have been in the dominant giving role for a long time, and then I somehow switch to the other polarity, and then I still have people around me, I have to have my time alone to recharge.
Oh yeah.
Because the thing is that if the times that I have had people around me trying to fulfill me in something, or as if getting into that polarity then try to get something out of people, it has given me more shadow work to do than if I had just gone into solitude and fixed it myself.
Oh my God. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
And it's such a hassle to deal with that.
Yes. Oh my God. I swear, I was just thinking about that to myself like last week. Like it just causes more shadow work. It just causes more work. Yeah. Definitely. I know, I can be fine when I'm alone. But I was challenging myself to see if I could balance it out a little bit with the receiving, and not so much yet. Not something I want to play with a lot, because it does. You could totally screw up the polarity and cause damage almost.
The thing with having people for you to receive something from them, it would have. I came to the conclusion that it would have to be someone whose presence just inspires you. Really, it had to be someone who is just himself or herself, that you don't even care about who and what they are, but that the mere presence of you being around them, them being around you, is just inspiring enough to fill you with energy.
You know,
mean,
and
and
do you ever put on music? I always, when I'm alone and I'm trying to recharge, I put on music that's inspiring to me.
well, yeah, I can do that, or go into meditation, or just start to self-soothe, or be alone in my own mind and thoughts, in the stillness and silence of my own soul.
So I suppose that is receiving from another source. If it's somebody else's music or book or anything, I suppose I already am doing that in a sort of sense, if I think about it that way. Interesting.
That was too. Even you going through your occult books, learning your stuff.
That makes sense.
But yeah, I really got critical when it came to the receiving part of things, because I began to realize that thing was screwing things up.
Yeah.
I had to take care of myself, and I had to still be in a sort of dominant polarity when I engaged with the people around me, because they weren't giving me much to work with. I was already I was constantly stimulating them, and I was receiving big feedback from that. But when it came to them feeding me something, it wasn't the same. So after time, when I needed that myself, I had to go into silence. I had to go into solitude, and somehow give that to myself before I could come out again and give something to people.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely have that pattern where it's just you can give, but then you have to at some point just stop and withdraw and like recharge, because otherwise then it's like meltdown if you don't. It's not good.
Really cranky.
Yeah, I know. And my son's starting to realize, he's like, "You were really cranky the other day," and I'm like, well, let me take a nap.
Another thing that I've noticed with this comes in for example, if I am in this dominant side of the pole, and I can bring a lot of positivity into a person's life, say a stranger, someone I just met, we have a conversation, and there is this glow building up, where I can pour this positivity and golden light and nourishment, nurturing into this cup. But after a while of me being in this position of positive, in the positive charge, then the cup in which I pour that positivity becomes overly positive. And if that person continues to be around me, then I adopt the negative polarity and start being argumentative. I start finding certain faults just to keep a certain kind of balance. And I realized that once I did that, I realized that after I poured that kind of positivity, I had the option to just, if it's not someone that I'm going to see every day or something like that, I could just move on with my life and then come back whenever, I don't know. But it was a sort of mentality of where, okay, it's now this cup is filled, it's enough, there is enough positive substance or fluid in this cup in order for it to spread positivity elsewhere. I don't have to deal with the negativity of that. I don't have to deal with the negativity that was initially there, and the positive substance in that cup is now making me shift into my negative polarity. So that would be an indication that now I have to move on and feel with positivity something that was originally negative.
Oh, I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because I just experienced this like a couple weeks ago, where it's this, let's just say it's a situation that I'm in every so often, and normally I'm the positive one, and it just hit to where I reversed, and I was like, why am I being so negative all of a sudden? And it's exactly what you just described. It is exactly that. And it's like, I was like, what just happened? Because it was like instant. I was like, no, this is, they're getting cut off. They're getting cut off. Time for somebody else's turn. And like, it felt so much exactly like that. So that makes perfect sense to me.
In my last relationship, well, not just in my last relationship, it's something I've been observing for a while, but things either got to a point where they were already too sweet to make you even feel sick to a certain point, or they were already like that. So there was too much of a positive pole in the polarity in order to make any kind of interesting flow go on.
Yeah.
So you kind of lose interest. It doesn't feel. I mean, you can lose interest if that happens, or if you are not aware of that kind of interaction.
Yeah, that is really interesting. I've definitely noticed that, but like I've never put it into words or tried to put it into words like that. Yeah.
That was a recent revelation, just to find out why I was reacting to a friend like that. I had already poured a lot of positivity into him.
Love, familiarity can come into play there.
Huh?
So it sounds like the law of familiarity can come into play right there.
Well, I have nothing against the familiarity itself, because I think you can continue to expand upon something to levels unimaginable, but you've got to understand interaction in such a way that you can keep the flow going, like fresh.
Yeah, and it wouldn't, in my situation, it wouldn't have been the law of familiarity, because it had been this familiar thing for a very long time. But maybe it had been the person that I had been pouring into is reaching their own level to where they don't need it anymore. Or maybe they're not getting emptied as fast, or whatever the situation changed. And that finally reversed. And I was repulsed away. I was like, I don't want to be around these people. I don't want to be positive. I want to pick apart everything positive. I want to be very negative. And instead of this pouring in energy, it was like suddenly I wanted to tear apart. And it's like, no, I need to leave them alone, because they need to go and take that and put it out somewhere else. And I need, I did not like that. So it was very different, because it had been a stable situation for a long time. But yeah, the polarity, the energy definitely changed. It definitely went from a positive to a negative kind of thing. And it was like I wasn't needed, and it didn't feel right. It was so weird.
Oh man.
I'm still playing with this fluffy stuff. Like, one twist or the other twist, if you twist one way, it will never go with a string that twists the other way. Like, you have to have the twist right, and if you untwist it, it all falls apart. And the energy just seems like the same thing. Like, the group thing that I was a part of for however many years, it was good and it was working, and then it's just all of a sudden fell apart and everything came untwisted. I don't know, very strange. But I'm glad that you shared, because that literally just happened to me a couple weeks ago. I was so confused.
And instead of taking this in a personal way, it's not really about the person. Now I view these things like, well, principles that you've got to balance. And if you're doing something with a positive polarity and you're pouring something into that, and it comes to a point when you then reverse to the negative side, then you direct the attention perhaps to wherever that negative polarity is more useful and appropriate at the moment to deal with something, and then ride out the change until you come again to the positive polarity, and then fill with positivity whatever needs to be filled with positivity, and it goes on. But that requires again self-awareness.
Yeah, it was, I think the thing that I was getting stuck on is I was taking it personally, or I thought it had something to do with me personally. But yeah, it is just an energy thing. It makes so much more sense. It's just a natural, it's like when you stop eating when you're full.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, it is like after midnight here, and I got to get the kids up for school in the morning, so I better get to bed. Thank you guys.
Nice having
For
you.
your conversation.
Good night.
Have a good sleep, Anna Molly. Good to talk to you.
Catch y'all later.
Peace.
Peace.
I'm gonna go to bed too. Peace,
Good night,
everyone. Have a great night. Thanks for sharing. See y'all
Peace,
next
Richard.
time.
See you next time. I think it's time for me to make some edibles. Still on my keto diet, so I think I'm gonna put some broccoli and some ground beef with some cheddar cheese in the oven and let that make itself.
It's been a while since I've had broccoli. I usually boil it till it's mushy, till it can dissolve easily in the mouth, and I put some spice on it, like black pepper.
Black pepper is one of the best spices out, I'm telling you. But yeah, mine's frozen. I'm just gonna put it into a glass dish and then put some ground beef on top. Usually I cook the ground beef first because the broccoli don't take long, but I'm feeling kind of lazy right now. Just gonna put the ground beef on top. I might mix the cheese in with it, or I might just put the cheese on afterwards, but it's gonna be simple, delicious. This is my basic meal when I don't feel like cooking. I get like the ground beef that comes in like big packages, and I break out, it's like 3 pounds, and I break each pound and put it in a freezer bag, and like I stack up all the frozen ground beef. I get like 2 or 3 of them at a time. It saves me shopping trips, and it saves me time.
I usually just go and grab whatever nuts, fruits are laying around, because I really didn't get into the hype of cooking. Like, no, I go into the kitchen and I grab what I see.
See,
but
you gotta get your cooking and your gourmet cooking skill up.
If I have to cook something, I have to get into the mindset of it first. It's not like something I do because I don't spend that much time in the kitchen. I either go contemplating or studying or working on something all day, but the house chores themselves, I have to make my mind about them, that this is what I'm going to do, so I already know what I'm going in for, and then I'm getting out as soon as possible and then resume what I was doing. And for the broccoli, I usually make it I usually make it with scrambled eggs.
Yeah, I can see that.
I even got to experiment with. Scrambled eggs is the standard dish that I just make for myself. So there was a time in which I got really experimental with it and started putting wine into it, red wine, among other stuff. But then I upgraded it to just the broccoli, and I liked it that way, and it saved me hassle. and time.
Mm.
And I mean that's something I did with practice.
Starlion says, "Yo, Trav, your hair looks badass. Reminds me of the anime Afro Samurai." Thanks, I appreciate that. I've never heard that before. That's cool. I just think it's like regular, but it's awesome. All right. Well, I'm gonna wrap it up because we've been going pretty long, and I didn't get much sleep, so you know. Oh my gosh! So I talked about this class that I've got going at the end of the month. We're still doing that. Just me being a perfectionist. I'm still wrapping up some things that I want to be like super cool. Like I said before, part of it is me deciding whether or not I want the Goetia to just be an add-on to the Spirit Summoning Master System, or for it to be its own separate class. But yeah.
Okay, so what of the Goetia can be placed in the Spirit Summoning Master System so that the next step from there can be like a doorway to the actual class of the rest dealing with the Goetia?
So, the Spirit Summoning Master System is a lot like a general framework that you can use to approach any spirit, sure. The Goetia is just a little bit more like, if the Spirit Summoning Master System is broad like this, the Goetia is a little bit more specific in that it's not that you have to do it a certain way, but there are certain specifications that can make the experience, you know, less troublesome. You know, because with the Goetia, they talk about the triangle of art. They talk about these different tools and stuff that's required. I wouldn't say it's necessarily required, but I do explain my way of working with the Goetia without necessarily using all those. Because I have done evocations with those tools, but most of the evocations I did without those tools. So for the most part, I'm going to talk about what these spirits actually are, and like you said, how they connect to the astral plane, and why it's 72 of them, right? And that really, a lot of that comes from, or I should say the beginning of this talk comes from me working with all that, talking about these perks. What I found is like these goetic spirits, they're a lot more like, you know, like the traits on Sims where you can activate a certain trait and that means that you'll have a better proficiency with a certain skill level. That's the same thing with these goetic spirits. We figured out 72 spirits that pretty much help us with all of life. But the main difference between Goetia versus any general spirit is that the Goetia is part of a system. And if you're talking about part of a system, that means it encompasses everything in a circle. Same thing with the clip-off, same thing with any other system. It's supposed to be a neatly packed way to work through any issues in life.
That sounds to me like a separate course in itself then, not something to straight up link as a continuation of the Spirit Summoning Master System, but something that we can go there from the Spirit Summoning Master System, but it's something separate in itself.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, something separate as another kind of course.
Okay. Okay. Because yeah, and that's where the whole, like, my framework with the 5 fundamental aspects of, you know, understanding spirit communication and your authority and all these other things, that all came from me just like really breaking down the Goetia. So yeah, it probably would be best as some separate course.
You mentioned in the Goetia being like the perks and the traits that you can give to your sims. That reminds me of a certain kind of attitude that I had for some time, where I would view spirits as not really. Well, I'm not really going to say a mask or masks of something, but more like interfaces. You know, you get a console or something like that. It's an interface. If you are an intelligence which clothes itself with the interface of something to operate with something, it's like for any given situation that you can think about, you can put on an interface with the adequate amount of tools and the adequate expertise in order to deal with that kind of situation. So the intelligence and the power of the spirit really channels itself through you, but you are directing it.
Yeah, like
I've always loved that.
Hmm?
I've always loved to see it like that, because it's more fun to think of it in the way that this is equipment that you are utilizing. This is a certain kind of a special suit with its specific type of powers and weapons and all of that. It's like you changing your clothes or something like that, and then you go do whatever you decide that you're going to do. But it's different every time, because each flavor of that is going to come with some expertise and powers, intelligence that it. And the thing that I find the most fascinating about that is that you can spend a lifetime expanding into the intelligence and power of a spirit and not be done with it still, because it can get really, really vast if you get deep enough into it. Just imagine a point where you are so you are so skilled or seasoned, or you have mastered this kind of intelligence or pattern or energy in such a way that it just becomes a naturally flowing aspect of your own nature. Like it's so integrated into your system that you can even just extend one arm and even feel, I don't know, like a spear or a sword coming out of it, made up the energy of that kind of thing, and you can use it in any way you like.
Yeah.
It's that certain kind of bonding. I mean, you're not really being taken over by the intelligence or anything like that. You're actually learning how to employ with it, how to work with it well. And I think that's what I've always been mostly about. That kind of deep bond with the spirits that I do choose to have this kind of relationship with. Even when I can just say a word and then I'll notice the intelligence just becoming alive, or coming to life right in front of me, and then okay, I said, okay, let's go to work now. That kind of connection, so close and so strong, that just a simple gesture can bring the intelligence and the energy forth and get something done. It cooks you, it evolves you in some sort of way, which only reminds me of Jedis and Siths sitting in meditation and dipped into a certain kind of energy that they just meditate and they get to know and master. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah. Direct teaching from the universe itself.
Exactly.
this AI companion is pretty cool. Like, just like how, you know, you got the chat on the side, I'm able to come in here and ask about the conversation that we've been having all night, and it just recorded everything, and it's able to tell me in a summary what we talked about. That's really cool.
I keep clicking on it, but I'm not seeing the summary of it.
How about now?
Let's see. Still not.
No. Well, maybe it is only desktop.
I have to see, then try from a desktop next time.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna tap out. Get me some of this ground beef and broccoli cheddar, and maybe play some Sims while I wait for it to cook.
See if you can get the broomstick.
Yeah. I never explored the magical realm like that. I mean, I went to where you can do your duels, but I didn't know there was a shop there. Now, I did find a secret place.
Oh yeah.
Within like the first world, the first city that you awaken, Crick Cabana or something like that, the little small house. Next to it is this big ass magical tree, and if you have gardening skill, you can view the tree, then you can talk to the tree, and after you talk to it enough times, it opens up and you can actually go inside, and it'll take you to this like meadow or this field with like this dreamy light, and you see like little fairies and you can hear them giggling and stuff. I don't know what you can do there, but that was really cool. So like, and I know there's a secret inside the vampire city as well. There's like a little place up next to that vampire mansion, and it's boarded up. If you have the woodworking skill, you can break it down. There's something in there too.
Oh, haven't seen those.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen those.
And I think there's a third magical place as well. But yeah, one thing I love about The Sims is that there's so much to the game that even if you play it, there's still like stuff you haven't really discovered. I think they did a really good job with it. It's too addictive, to me at least.
Gets you on explorative mode so you can unlock all its secrets.
Yeah.
I usually unlock the most out of the cheat codes, because that takes me straight to manipulating the fabric of the reality, which as a magician, of course, is something that I'm big on. Just manipulate the fabric of reality. Don't try to get things. I mean, the change doesn't start when the thing has already manifested. You have to go from the thing, from the very graphics or the real control center of the thing in order to manipulate this fabric to make it to the things you want. So I have fun with it like that as well, carrying this kind of influence into the game.
Yeah. I haven't activated any of the cheats yet. I'm trying to do everything, you know, as it is. One thing I did, I played for 290 hours over the past month, I would say. A month and a week or so, maybe a month. But yeah, one of the things I did find out is that, you know, that $20,000 to start is not enough. So like what I do sometimes, what I figured out is some of the randos, the random citizens or whatever, I might start my person and then move them into their house and then take all their money and then move them into another house and take all their money. And then I'll get like just enough to afford like a nice place, and then I'll start from there. But like, I found out if you grow like a garden of roses and sell them, you can make a lot of money. If you sell dragon fruit, pomegranates, those make a lot of money. You know, of course, if you make an artist and she starts painting masterpieces, those go for like $1,000 a pop.
Or selling music. If you become a songwriter, become a songwriter and you make a hit, you can also You can also earn simoleons through music.
Okay, I didn't know that. I've mostly been, like gardening and like selling like fruits and roses and stuff, making a bunch of money that way. And then somebody recently, one of the girls I play Fortnite with, she told me that, she plays The Sims. She said if you get your magic person to learn the duplication spell, if you get a money tree, you can duplicate that money tree. Now you can have 2 of them. I gotta try that.
Worth a try indeed.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet, but yeah, it's just a lot of cool things you can try. I like the game a lot right now.
I started getting money by moving into the houses of other Sims. And then once I got control over the finances, I also hammered the house. You know that in the if you've gone to the construction aspect of it, there is a hammer thing that you can click on the tiles and things of the house, and when you make them disappear, they actually give you the simoleons of what that thing costs. So I would undo the whole house and get all this money and then do something with it, until I realized that I could just use the cheats themselves in order to manipulate the fabric of the game itself. So I didn't have to go through the hassle of doing that every single time.
Yeah, I just learned that like last night or 2 nights ago, where instead of like just moving out, you could just tear everything down and you get money from that. I just learned that. But no, I like it because it's also unpredictable. Like you can say, I want to create this character to do this, and then you'll find that they actually have a mind of their own and they want to do their thing, and their relationships with other people might not go the way you want it to. Some roommates might not get along.
But the character can die straight up from happiness. I think that if you take a bath way too much, you might get your sim way too happy and it's going to die from something.
Die.
I think that's one thing I heard someone reference, but last time I played that it got really annoying. My sim died because it got into a fire. Like it got to the chimney and it wouldn't go away, and it happened twice without really. It was something that got out of control. Why did you keep going in there? So I eliminated the chimney completely. But another thing that you have to be mindful of, at least if you have a telescope and you're constantly looking at the stars, you might be killed by a meteorite.
What?
So yeah, that happened. Right there in front of your house. The sim gets panicky, it gets scared, and because the thing is that when the sim starts to get scared, the sim may actually run away from the place, but if you keep bringing the sim back to the place to continue watching the stars, watching the night sky, whatever, and you keep the sim in that position, it might get hit by a meteorite.
Wow.
I didn't listen to the warning because okay, so what? You're scared, but what?
Yeah.
Then it hit, and it was a surprise. Then came the Green Reaper to deal with the situation.
Dang. That's a bad moment, man. When you can't click on your sim anymore, and you hear that deep voice come out, and the Grim Reaper shows up, and it's like, man, I can't reset the game because I didn't save it in the past 2 hours.
Exactly, and especially if it was the type of sim that you were going to make an immortal. I'm not necessarily talking about a vampire, because this happened when I just had the potion of immortality that keeps the sim young also, but I had also figured out a certain cheat that disabled certain features in the game so that the sim wouldn't die. It would continue to live regardless. But then this thing came and it killed it.
Yeah. That's the
And
thing
then-
with the vampires. Like, I was so shocked that I thought the vampire was supposed to live forever. No, this dude actually burnt up to a crisp in the sun. I had his wife actually beg and plead for the Grim Reaper to not take him, and it worked. After that, I was like, man, y'all gotta keep y'all ass in the house during the daytime, period.
Or there just goes immortality, straight up to the trash.
That's what I'm trying to learn now. I'm trying to get my magic girl to figure out this immortality before she dies, because she's getting pretty old. And we just took a potion of youth, and that might be her last one.
If you can figure out the ingredients that go into making a potion like that, then I think you will also have to raise up the skill of potion making for that.
That's another thing. Like, it takes time to do that. But then I have these other Sims, like, if I don't tend to them all, they all get old and gray and they start to die. So it's like, I probably made too many families, because, like, I'm bouncing between everybody. And if I spend too much time on one, the other ones start to get too old before they can fulfill the dreams that they have. It's fun, though. It's fun. If I had to say anything for anybody starting out, I would say work with like 1 or 2 families at a time. Let them raise them, let them live, and let them die, and then build another one. Don't do what I did and try to build up like 10 families at once, because you're gonna get attached to all of them, and then you're gonna have to sacrifice somebody. And everybody's not gonna do what you think they're gonna do. Yeah, this one and this one are gonna fall in love and they're gonna make babies. No. The first couple I made, I could not get them to like each other in that way. They just wanted to be friends only. So we had to do like a science baby to get their DNA and make a baby out of it.
You can actually do that?
If you click on the phone, you can do, create a science baby with whatever. And it's basically, in vitro fertilization with the two. But anyways, that's a lot of Sims talk. I need to get my food and then get some sleep.
Well, enjoy your food and have a good night.
Okay. You have a good night as well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. This has been a great discussion. We went on for a while. I got a little bit tired. I apologize. I kind of dozed off for a little bit, but nothing new. I've done that before. Matthew Watson says, I'm finna get that game tonight. Awesome. That's what I was gonna do. And I was struggling back in the day when I used to play. Yeah. Like I said, my suggestion is just start small. Let it build up. But yeah, everyone have a great night. Hope you learned something. Hope you got inspired. Hope that you feel like you are not alone in this magical journey. There is a community. I mean, you're doing it by yourself. It's a solo journey, yes, but you don't have to do it alone, right? You still got people who are on the same wavelength, same mindset. We're reaching for the same stars. So don't feel like you're by yourself. It feels lonely, but you're not alone. That's for sure. All right, so like I said, I'm gonna go get my food, play some Sims, catch up with y'all next time. Every Tuesday we drop a podcast episode. Thursdays we do the live stream, and on the Saturdays we do the book reads. We are still reading The Magician, His Training, and His Work. You guys know what time it is. Check that out on Saturday nights. And yeah, that's it for now. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace.